So welcome everybody to the ACMe's 2025. It's a real honor to present 7 categories for you today in regards to our students' achievement. We're going across 3 campuses today. I'm Mike Dunn, I'm here in Guildford. We've got our team in London and we've got our team in Birmingham. And they're going to be essentially taking us through a variety of categories with all kinds of student accomplishments is the best way to think about it. Let's run through what we got today. We've got our academic excellence for our level 6 students, and they're going to kick off in a few minutes. We've got our Masters Award, which is our level 7s, and they'll be our second session. We will take a little break, and then we'll come back with a mixture of ACM Song of the Year, ACM Composition of the Year, our live performance of the year. We're going to mix that in with something called MVP, and MVP stands for Most Valuable Pitch. Okay, so that's going to be really good fun. That's sort of a businessy sort of thing. And then the final award is something called the Company of Musicians Award, and that's for musical excellence. And we've got some performances across all 3 campuses for you today. We've got presentations across all 3 campuses today. And so we're going to have a really good day. And of course, we've got a really, really great team. So what we'll do first is move over to our lead on academic excellence. His name's Scott McGill. He's put together some really good information about this award. And let's switch over to Scott McGill.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be able to join you for this celebration of the finalists for the Academic Excellence Award, and for everybody on the CIF 601 module as well. So many great pieces of work, so much great research, so much great analysis into our industry and into the various aspects of it. So I would just like to say thank you to everybody. It was a great pleasure working with everyone. And to mention the finalists, I think you'll see that there's some amazing work here, and congratulations to them. They worked very hard, and it's good to be able to celebrate these academic achievements. There's so much musical talent here in terms of production and performance and writing, etc. And it's also excellent to see that equally the academic achievements of you, the students, are amazing, very remarkable. And just to be a part of that is a great honor for me, and I feel very pleased, and I feel, very honored as well to be able to work with you. And it gives me great satisfaction to have worked with you on this, for those of you who I had a chance to work with directly and indirectly. So let's celebrate the finalists. And again, thank you and congratulations on your excellent achievement.
Tilley, come on. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. You're all sorts of there, guys. Excellent. Okay. So thank you, Mike. Thanks for introducing us. Not really much more to say on that, and we will go to London, I believe, shortly to talk with Jasmine and Elle over there. But we're going to start by just introducing. Hello, Tilley. Hello, Finn. How are you doing? Well,
Yes, doing good.
Yeah, awesome. And I think, can we please start with Finn's video? Can we start with that, please?
I'd say what I benefited from the most at ACM was the networking environment and how it pushes you to be creative and it pushes you to work with people. You're always around other people, and lecturers, students, there's always somebody to work with, there's always something to do. I definitely think that if I tried to learn to produce at home, I would have been able to get all the knowledge that I have got to now, but the experience would have been much harder to come by. I wouldn't have had my SSL studio to work with as much as I can book in. I wouldn't have had nearly as many artists to work with. It would have cost me an arm and a leg. And so yeah, I think having this environment and having these facilities and the people around me, that was the biggest benefit from ACM, definitely. Well, my future goals is to become a studio engineer and go into mixing and potentially teaching one day as well. And as long as I'm doing something musical with my life, I think I'll be happy. But studio engineering is the goal and the dream. If I could work in some higher end studios, that'd be fantastic. ACM's helped me to get here by, well, just providing me somewhere to make mistakes and to learn and figure out what I wanted to do. Just figure out that I do want to be a studio engineer and that I like the organisation and I like having control of a session. I like working with artists. And 90% of my job is problem solving currently, because even in this studio, in Metropolis, in Abbey Road, wherever, there will always be a problem. It doesn't matter who you're working with and on what and in what session, there will always be a problem. So, especially in here, 90% problem solving. And I'm very good at problem solving and I like problem solving and it challenges me and it keeps me on my toes. Mixing is fun, but mixing is sat at home and not boring. Lots of people think it's boring. I think it's fun, but this stuff is what I really, really love doing. Yeah, working in the studio is what I really love doing. What was the question again?
Your future goals and how going to ACM has helped you in this regard?
ACM has definitely helped me, providing this space to work in. I've been able to make mistakes with very little negative repercussion on my future. Quite the opposite, actually. I've been able to figure out what's going to break and when it's going to break and how it's going to break. And then all the lecturers being around me as well, having people like Stefan, Gary Bromham, proper engineers to say, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Have you been here? Have you done that? This is going on. And introducing me to new things and new ways. And like it says, learning from the best on the adverts, and that is when it genuinely means it. So yeah, that's definitely one of the best ways ACM's helped me. The question was the home studio revolution. The perceived advantages and disadvantages of home recording technology. And this informed my personal and professional development because it got me to look at the equipment and its effects and a little bit, when you look at equipment online, you can see what it is, what it does and how much it costs, but you don't actually see the effect that it has on your creative process or how it makes you work or how it encourages you to make music and what effects that has on the music, on the creative process. So it got me to look at that a lot more, and also the effect of what it's had on music so far. I researched into the transition from the 1970s when you had to pay 3 months' wages to get one afternoon in a studio, and the only people who could really afford it were labels. And you had to be signed with a label to get into the studio, and I looked at how this was a gatekeeper for the industry, how now anybody can record, so anything can be released and anyone can make anything with no repercussion. You're not losing money and time by experimenting in the studio. And is this good? Is it bad? And yeah, so in my own experience, I haven't produced at home much at all. I've been here for 4 years, working in here, so I never really had a need to. It was always, would I rather record at home or would I rather record on an SSL duality? I think I know the answer straight away, always. I'd rather come in here and record. It's a nice space and it's a dedicated space for recording that is designed very well for it and it's set up for it. Whereas at home you have the other challenges, which is also what I looked at, which is the challenges of recording from home and how people overcome that, specifically with acoustics, and how people are able to record in an untreated room or how they're able to treat a room on a budget and still get the same effects as a studio. Yeah, so I think that's how it informed my professional development.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for sitting there and enjoying watching yourself on screen, which
I really should have proofread that.
No, what was the question again? That's gold having that in there. That was a moment of comic relief in there.
I know. Well, I knew I was going to have to sit here, so I didn't want to watch it myself at home.
Excellent. Okay, so as you sort of explained in your video a little bit there, your subject was about home recording technology and the sort of advantages and disadvantages. Have I got that right?
Yeah, the perceived advantages and disadvantages of home recording technology. So it wasn't a hypothesis quote. It wasn't a direct question for a direct answer. It was an exploratory subject. Was more what I was going for.
Okay, good, good. And what sort of inspired you to choose this topic?
If I'm honest, a conversation with Snapchat AI.
Okay.
I was asking it about different questions, and I was brainstorming, and I was just going through it, and it said, "What about home recording?" and I just started to look into it a little bit more, and it snowballed, and I just realised it was actually quite a good idea. So
Excellent.
I just went in that direction, and then I was going to be doing it as, I can't remember the question I asked myself originally, but Scott McGill thankfully shut it down really quickly
Right.
and said stay along the same lines but find somewhere else. And then a bit more brainstorming, and I got to perceived advantages and disadvantages, just looking at it from that perspective.
Excellent. Okay. And what do you think was the most surprising thing that you found during your research?
I'm actually not sure that anything particularly surprised me. I think, nothing jumps out to me as surprising from it. It's all quite logical, straight lines. It's all like, because you can make anything, anyone made anything. It's like, and when people were recording on tape and you had time and money and that was what you had invested, you had to plan like anything to make the most of your time and make the most of your money. So obviously now people make psychedelic jazz and stuff that nobody might like, but they make it anyway because it's fun and it's what they want to do. So I don't know that anything was a particular surprise. It's sort of, people did anything because they can.
I've got you. So there's a sort of sense of, although the playing field is levelled, there is no longer any perhaps quality control, or
Oh no, that was definitely a thing. Quality control has gone out the bin.
Yeah.
Look at SoundCloud.
Yep. Okay.
Quality control doesn't, but quality control exists in popularity, but doesn't exist in releasing. So people still like what sounds good. People still don't like music that doesn't sound good. That didn't change, and the popularity side isn't based off of what people are releasing. It's based off of the consumer side. So we are less so being told what's popular now, because we're not just hearing what people deem to be popular on the radio. We're hearing music that we want to hear because we can go and find it ourselves anywhere. So that side has changed, but I don't think it's entirely a downside. Yes, there is lots of terrible music out there now. It objectively bad in some cases, and I don't think that's a bad thing entirely, because somebody had fun making it. That was one of the quotes I took from one of my interviews, was someone had fun making that, so why should they not be able to make it? Why should they not be able to release it if they don't want to? I don't think there's anything particularly bad about that, really.
Good. Did you encounter any challenges when you were making this paper?
Yes, the dissertation.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
Start to finish.
Right.
The writing of it, the research.
Do you want to unpack that a little bit?
No. Are you a counsellor?
Yeah.
A really good therapist, maybe? The challenge was the dissertation. I am horrifically dyslexic, but not in, my spelling is fine, but my retention of information and the way that I'm able to write, it takes me a long time to do things. So it was lots of time, lots of effort, and anytime I have to read something, I have to read it twice or three times. So trying to go over sort of a few hundred pages of academic research papers was a challenge and a half, and it was a lot of days spent with a highlighter and coffee. And then writing it also was a lot of days of pulling my hair out, trying to figure out why the words don't go the right way around. But we made it.
Okay.
A bit of elbow grease and time and re-edits, and we made it. So the actual writing of it just wasn't easy at all, but fun.
So based upon that, is there any advice that you would give to anyone else to overcome these kind of challenges based on your experience?
Never say no to help.
Never say no to help.
You
can quote Finn on that.
Quote me on that. Never say no, because if you say no to help, then you're just refusing outside experience and other people. I would not have done this dissertation if it was not for help. Scott, having the meeting with Scott every week, I'd say scared is the wrong word, but definitely I would be apprehensive of not doing the work that he'd set me for the following week's meeting. If I hadn't have done those research papers, if I hadn't have written this short piece of writing that he had asked me to do, I'd be scared and I'd do it. So Scott definitely helped in that respect. And then my parents, they've helped my siblings with all of their dissertations as well, so they know how to do them. And just having other people around me to kick me in a little bit.
Perhaps give you a sense of accountability.
Yeah, exactly. The sense of accountability was definitely a thing, and then other people just to push me in the right direction when I needed it. So accept all the help you can get and ask for it if you need it. Ask for it if you don't need it. Just take it. Just do it. Just have help all the time.
Good. All right. Yeah. Never say no to help.
Exactly.
We'll write that
Have
somewhere on.
You can have that for free.
Okay, and you've sort of started to talk about this a little bit in your video there. But how can your findings support your professional development? Would you say?
Well, hopefully, if all of my lucky stars align, I will be working in a studio at some point in my life for my career. But alongside that, there is going to be work at home. So there's going to be work that I want to do outside of the studio, and it's going to be using home recording technology. And I actually didn't really know much about it before writing this paper. I hadn't had a really in-depth look for two reasons. A, I can't afford it, and B, I didn't really need it. So I couldn't afford it, and I couldn't justify not affording it either. So I'd never really looked at stuff. That the most amount of the most expensive piece of equipment I bought was a Scarlett Solo for like £79 or something, because I had to record one thing at home. So I bought that, and I've just never used it before. But I think once I'm out of here and going about my career and trying to record more, then I'll definitely have more of a home setup, and I'll know a lot more about the technology now.
Awesome. And just finally, just the last little thing to unpack a little bit. Do you think this can lead to any areas of further research, either by yourself or by someone else?
Not from me.
You're done with that.
Not from me specifically. You couldn't pay me.
Okay.
No, if you paid me a lot of money, I'd probably do some more research again.
So in fact, we could pay you.
There is a price on it, but we're not going to talk about that. It's a big number.
It's yeah.
Further research from me, probably not. I've got other things I like to be focusing on now, like studio recording and trying to get a job in what I want to be doing. I think it was definitely a good thing for me to do the research task, because it pushed me out of my comfort zone and made me do something that I don't want to do, and I think I did okay in. But no, I don't think I would continue anymore. Other people, yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot that I didn't go over, and there was a lot that I could have gone over. My final draft was like 8,900 words before I'd cut it down. So I had more to say. And there are more avenues that I didn't explore. I didn't explore the business side of things, which is more Tilley's area. So I didn't look at the effect that this has had on labels, and because now that we don't need them anymore, particularly. We can record everything at home for the price of one day in a studio. That was one of the points that I came across a lot, was for literally the cost of one of the smaller studios in Metropolis for one day, you can have a permanent, really good home studio set up and record as much as you want. So there's a whole other side of research that can be done, and there is definitely a lot more that can be looked at into the technology,
especially towards longevity and sustainable careers, etc.
Yeah. So if you want longevity, if you want to, I was interviewing Becky Morton, and she was saying that she would have had to pay thousands if she wasn't able to record at home. So it's saving musicians money, and it's saving musicians time, and then that's having a positive effect on musicians, but a negative effect potentially on studios where they're not having the smaller jobs, and labels where they're not being able to leverage people into recording with them now. So yeah, there's a lot more to look at, but won't be me looking at it.
Thank you very much, Finn. Thank you for joining us here today. If you have a little round of applause for Finn, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Excellent. And now we're going to turn our attention to Tilley. So we're going to start by, if we could play Tilley's video, please.
First, I want to say how grateful I am for this recognition. My time at ACM has been such an important journey for me, both personally and professionally. It's taught me the true value of networking and making the most of every opportunity. One of the things I'm proudest of was being able to bring to life my idea of an intimate music performance space. I was lucky to have the chance to design, build and grow Electrical Nights with the Electric Theatre in Guildford. It was such a rewarding experience that pushed me to develop my creativity, project management and collaboration. Looking ahead, I'm excited to continue this path by studying for a Master's in International Event Management at the University of Surrey. My goal is to build a career that spans all kinds of events, not just music, but dance, corporate and many others. I also want to mention my dissertation topic, which looked at how sponsorship strategies have evolved to stay effective for music festivals in the UK. That research really shaped me. It deepened my understanding of the industry and how brands partner with both niche and mainstream events, as well as smaller independent ones. Thank you again. It means a lot to be recognised for doing something I love, and I hope to keep on building on in the future.
So thank you very much for sending that video in there, Tilley. That's great. So as you sort of talked about a little bit there, your topic was to do with sponsorship strategies within live music festivals. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, so I looked into how brands interact with music festivals in the UK.
Mm-hmm. Excellent stuff. And so what inspired you to choose this topic?
Like I mentioned in the video, I'm very much into events. I want to study further in events, and I absolutely love the music festival scene in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And I interact with a lot of brands actually at events like that. So kind of learning more about if other people interact with those brands and what kind of brands want to interact with different festivals and why they do that.
Okay.
So.
And do you think that there's something specific about the UK in terms of its festivals where that interaction takes place?
I think internationally it's, the events industry is humongous. Currently in the UK, the events industry is over £60 billion worth in all different types of events, not just music. So I think narrowing it down to the UK was a good choice for the dissertation topic, because I was speaking with Scott, and yeah, he said definitely narrow it down to the UK only.
Yeah, I think
So,
within 6,000 words, you might be struggling.
yeah, exactly.
globally.
Exactly.
But yes, excellent. Okay. And what was the most surprising thing that you found during your research?
Surprising thing. It's not really surprising, but I did like a questionnaire thing as my primary research, and I kind of wanted to find out why people attend events and if they even interact with brands at the events or notice them at all. But a lot of people, attend events because based on the ticket price or the lineup of the acts that are playing, not necessarily, they don't really notice interaction with the brands. So that's something I found a little bit surprising, but again, quite common.
Yeah. Good. Okay. And did you encounter any particular challenges during the course of this?
Like Finn said, just writing the dissertation.
Yeah.
I mean, I can write for the life of me, so I wrote a lot of words and had to get rid of a lot of words. But I think it was just kind of, not waffling so much, trying to actually find something that actually is important. So when I look back now and read through it, it's going to be helpful for me as like a guide of research. So
yeah, being succinct is a real skill.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
But there. So what advice would you give to others who are sort of facing challenges with their dissertation?
Definitely ask for help, because you're going to need that support.
Seems to be the message of the day.
Yeah, definitely ask for help. And do something that you love, like, research something what you want to research. You can choose whatever you want to research. So I actually, it's fun. It was fun sitting there researching about these events, and I learned quite a lot. I found out about quite a lot of different other events that even now I'm like, I want to go to this event. It's quite cool, So yeah, just do something you love and ask for help.
Yeah. Something that inspires you.
Yeah.
Something that gets you out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Okay. And how can your findings support your professional development, would you say?
So I'm going to the University of Surrey in September to study events. And I mean, definitely I'm going to use all those findings, and I want to kind of take it into my own idea of creating my own business in events and creating a more sustainable events company in general. So kind of looking more into that research on sustainable events.
So we've kind of got a dual springboard with your dissertation then.
Yeah.
It's taking you to further academia, and we're talking business as well now.
Yeah.
As well with it. Fantastic. Right, very, very good. And of course the two things may be intertwined, I suspect.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Very, very good. And do you think this can lead to other areas of research? I mean, presumably if you're going into a master's,
you
may be continuing this idea?
Yeah, so I want to look into more sustainable events, and that's kind of the research topic I'd like to look into.
Okay, so sustainable events. Do you want to just perhaps unpack that a little bit more?
So with this dissertation topic I just done, I found quite a lot of niche brands which are entering the market at more of a sustainable approach. And there's not so much of them interacting with the major companies. They're more interacting with, festivals that might have 100,000 people. That's not like a lot of people. So kind of seeing more into that, and if there is, any brands that are
bigger brands that are going to interact with these major festivals. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay, I believe now that we're going to go over to London, where we're going to talk with our other candidates there, Jasmine and Elle. But thank you so much for talking with us today, both Finn and Tilley. Thank you very much. I think we'll just have one more.
Good luck, London. Over to that team.
One of the biggest things I gained from being at ACM was access to people, spaces, and opportunities I probably wouldn't have otherwise come across. It gave me a platform to explore my creativity in a professional environment whilst I was being surrounded by tutors who had a wealth of experience in the industry already and had that knowledge to share. I did build strong relationships with a few of these tutors, and they were genuinely invested in my career and creative growth, and that kind of mentorship really made all the difference for me. On top of that, being surrounded by other artists and creatives really helped me understand the importance of building an intentional creative practice and not just focusing on the output and talent, but also on the consistency and collaboration and appreciating the process itself. Looking ahead, I hope to use my craft to highlight underrepresented communities and give them that space and exposure they deserve. ACM supported me in giving me that space to define my own values, both creatively and critically. It definitely helped me think more deeply about the type of work I'd like to put out. For my critical review, I focused on inequality among UK R&B producers and how we can promote positive change. As an ethnic female producer working in that exact space, it's something that feels both personal to me and central to my career. Doing that research helped me understand the challenges I am likely to come across, but it also gave me clarity that there's space for progress and I can be a part of that change. It felt like a key moment in terms of my professional growth and own personal confidence. I want to extend my gratitude towards ACM and for providing me with the mentorship, support, industry insight that has allowed me to begin my career in music today. Thank you for listening.
Hello everybody, welcome to ACM London. It's so good to have you joining us. I'm here with Jasmine.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Give us a wave to Birmingham and Guildford. Hello Birmingham and Guildford. Hope you're keeping marvellously well. Warren Hewitt. So we're here today to talk a little bit about your dissertation, about the research project you undertook. So tell the people in Birmingham, tell the people in Guildford, what was your dissertation on?
It was about the absence of women in production spaces and gender inequality, specifically regarding the UK R&B music scene.
Great. So obviously, when you go into this module, when you go into your dissertation module, you're kind of asked to discover and think about the question you want to ask. So what led you to the point where you were like, actually, this is a question, this is an area of research that I want to investigate?
As a woman who's studied production and is planning on going into production career-wise, this research couldn't be more relevant to me, and especially since I'm working at the moment within the UK R&B niche, it's very relevant.
Amazing. And when you were conducting your research into this field, what were some things that really stood out to you or surprised you, or, you know, because this is such a deeply personal research topic, maybe some things that you're a bit like, this is great, like, I can't believe this. This is something that I didn't realise went on. What were some things that you discovered, both good and bad?
So not necessarily good or bad, but something very interesting was that upon interviewing 2 men and 2 women, I actually found out that men are also subject to biases in production spaces. For example, like I was talking to one guy and he was like, he's had women cancel on him before because the prospect of them not feeling safe in the studio was a problem for them, and they hadn't met in person before, and so that actually affects them, the good guys as well.
Yeah, that's something that that's something that I hadn't potentially considered. That is an issue that men face. What about for you? Some of the key issues that you feel that women face in those spaces, that you've discovered in your research.
So the research basically pointed to the idea that safety is the biggest issue. I'm not really surprised by that. No. It's a lot of, even if it's like being at the receiving end of an innuendo or inappropriate comments, it can range from not just being physical unsafeness, but also just emotional, mental as well.
So kind of from the research that you've done, what for you would your kind of conversation be with men in production to help women access those spaces in a way that is conducive for everybody?
Well, because men's voices tend to be louder in production spaces, it's just a lot of advocacy for not so much women pushing themselves forward because they're already trying to do that, but just men making it more known as well, and men being louder, even just educating themselves because they're not directly impacted by it. The just general knowledge and awareness will really help, because a lot of the time it's just unconscious biases. It's not anything people are doing maliciously. Of course there are malicious men out there, but it's just more like deeply ingrained social conditioning that is the biggest enemy here. Yeah,
that's really interesting. And do you what, so practical ways then for you, kind of coming out of your research, what do you think the solution is? I'm putting her on the spot here, by the way. This is cruel. But what, so do you think education is the primary thing that needs to change in that sense from potentially a young age?
Yeah, I mean, even the men I interviewed said that they had to be specifically introduced to production via learning an instrument or just being in that field anyways, the music industry. It's not no one, but like a lot of people don't directly go straight into production. They need more exposure. So I think increased exposure from a young age, yeah.
Interesting. So what were the challenges? With any academic research, with any written work, there are always going to be things that kind of crop up and are challenges. So what were some of the challenges that you faced during this paper?
Definitely, because it's such a sensitive topic to a lot of people, especially women, like extracting the emotion out of it and just looking at the solid facts, and also like taking myself out of it because I'm going to be a little bit biased no matter what, because I'm a woman in production. I didn't go into it angrily. I was just more curious because I was fully aware that it might be a case of maybe women are not even that interested in being in production spaces. So I definitely, try to take myself out of it and be as neutral and non-biased as I could be.
And, to the fellow ACM colleagues watching, what would your advice be as they go into their research modules? What were some things that you kind of have taken away and gone, oh, if I was to do this again, I would do it differently, and this is why and this is how?
Definitely do a lot of research on your topic before you fully choose it. I think that's super important. And also make sure you have some sort of passion towards the topic. Otherwise, it will just get very tedious and long.
So pick something that you're genuinely interested in.
Yeah. And make sure it's relevant to you in some kind of way.
So, obviously we're here, we're having this chat. How do you see your kind of career progression looking kind of from this point at ACM onwards? What's your hopes? What are you looking to do as you move forwards in your music production career?
I definitely like to advocate for more women feeling more welcome in production spaces. From my research, I gathered that inspirations and having people to look up to is like a big thing in people deciding to enter certain industries. So even if I can myself be someone who people will think, oh, well, she's doing it, like I can do it as well.
Great.
Yeah.
So a future role model.
Yeah, let's say that.
No, but I think it's fantastic, and I think that is something that everybody needs, you know, across the music industry, but across industries, creative in general, is people to look at and look up to and go, oh, well, they're doing it, so it means I can do it. And I think that's really cool. So, you know, just kind of flicking back to the research for a second, how has this project as a whole, this research kind of journey, impacted your professional development as well as that kind of personal development and awareness that you've been mentioning?
It's definitely made me think deeper about certain things. Like one of the biggest biases that came up was the gendering of applied science, like technology. Mm-hmm. So just making myself hyper aware and informed on technology, and just, you know, not letting that bias influence me.
Great. So let's say you were given a whole bunch of money to carry on researching this area that you've gone into about women in production. What are some things that you would potentially further explore? Just as we wrap up, if you were to carry this research on, what are some things that you would like to further look at?
I definitely look at whether women are interested in production in the first place. That's not something I got a chance to explore that deeply because the sample size of my study was it was 4 people. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to maybe go into primary schools or secondary schools and, you know, see how young girls feel about production and technology, and see, like, maybe with people who are interested in singing or playing instruments, like have a bit of a, like, plant a seed and see if they want to explore production as well.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you to those tuning in, Guildford and Birmingham. And yeah, this has been Jasmine. Absolutely fantastic research paper. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Cheers.
Thank you.
I think this is a pretty common experience for people that go to university, but I'm a very different person than I was when I started at ACM. I still have a lot of growing to do, both personally and professionally, but I'm really happy with the path that ACM has started me down. I've been consistently pushed out of my comfort zone, but also supported by tutors and other staff, especially the additional needs and wellbeing teams. So they're amazing. But when I came to ACM, I was met where I was at without judgment when it came to my vocal ability and my academic skills. And I was given the support and resources that I needed in order to develop those throughout my course. Like when I started at ACM, I'd only been pursuing music for a couple of years. And I didn't get shining A level results either, so ACM really took a chance on me, and I think I have made the most of that. Thanks to everything that I've learned in my time at ACM, I think I've grown into someone that my primary school self, singing alone in her bedroom, would be really proud of. And thanks to that younger version of me, when I started university, I already had a pretty good idea of what I wanted to do afterwards. I knew that I wanted to go into education in some way, but the pedagogy class that I took in my final term definitely cemented that for me. Just learning the methodology behind teaching just made me appreciate it even more. And then combining that knowledge with the emotional and social power of music to help kids grow and develop and learn just seems like such a special thing to be able to do. I think that music can be an incredible tool at every stage of education, but especially in primary schools, because so many kids are looking for a way to express themselves, but they don't necessarily have the words to do it. So I think that music can be a really great outlet for that.
And that feeling pretty easily brought me to my 601 topic. I chose to look at music as an aid for ASD students in primary schools, and then like how it's being implemented at the moment, and also what teachers think about it. I already had an interest in neurodivergent versus neurotypical experiences in education, but looking at it through a music education lens gave me an entirely new perspective. There are so many opportunities for music to be implemented to support primary school education, both for neurotypical and neurodivergent kids. So I hope I can make a difference in that aspect in the future. And like I mentioned before, I still have a lot of personal and professional development to go through before I feel like I'm ready to take on the responsibility of educating the next generation's minds. But my 601 research gave me a much better understanding and sparked a passion for music's use in special needs. So I'm currently working to find my place using music to support people that don't fit into the mainstream education system. And hopefully my time doing that will give me skills and insights that I'll be able to use when I go into teaching to make me into a much better teacher when I reach that part of my career.
Hey everybody, welcome back to ACM London. I hope this finds you all very well and that you are enjoying the many different things that you're going to be seeing on this stream. Hello Guildford, hello Birmingham. I'm here with Elle.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Good.
You right?
Yeah, I'm having a glorious day.
Spiffing.
Spiffing day. A spiffing day indeed. So we're here to chat a little bit about your dissertation, about some of the research that you've done. So before we get into some different questions and a bit of discussion, what was the focus of your research project?
So I chose to do my dissertation on music's use as an aid for autism, like autistic students in primary schools, and like what the teachers think about it and how it's being implemented and all of that.
That's really good. I'd quite like, I'll be honest, I haven't actually read the dissertation, so apologies for that, but I would quite like to read that. So if you ping it over to me later, that'd be glorious. So what a topic. I mean, I think it's quite current in terms of like what's going on in the world at the moment in terms of kind of awareness for funding of schools and all of that kind of side of the education system. So what was your motivating factor? Why did you pick that question? What was the thought behind it? What were some considerations? Kind of before you got into the dissertation, why was this an idea that you had?
So my entire time at ACM, because I've wanted to go into teaching, I've basically had to look at the assessment criteria and all of that and be like, right, how can I weasel my way around this to make it into I want to go into education, not performance.
Great.
Yeah. So I knew that I wanted to do something on education, and I'm very interested in primary school education because it's the formative years.
Yeah, I mean, arguably the most important, I mean, don't fact check me on this, arguably the most important kind of time in terms of development, right?
Yeah. So I knew I wanted to do something to do with primary school education, and then I also have an interest in like neurodivergent experiences, especially like in education, because it's such a kind of neurotypical, like education is standardized based on like a neurotypical model. So looking at how kids with autism experience it differently and like how we can help to make it a less traumatizing experience. So I did a lot of reading, and then I found quite a lot of information about how kids with ASD aren't usually integrated into the mainstream classrooms. They're kind of just put off into their own space and left to do their own thing. So I wanted to look into more of like how can we take music as an aid into the classroom with everyone else and make sure that everyone's included but is able to pay attention and learn in their own way altogether.
I love it. I think that's such both an interesting but also an admirable thing, because that's what we need to happen, right? And I've got family members who have got ASD, and everything you've said there, I'm sat here thinking, great, like let's make this happen. How do we make this happen? So let's talk a little bit about the kind of academic side of stuff, about the things that you discovered in your research. Mm-hmm. So things that surprised you, things that shocked you, things that you were like, oh, I never thought that I would come across this kind of information. Mm. We can start with primary research, secondary research, whatever you want to do.
I mean, something that I found quite surprising, maybe I should have expected this, mm-hmm. but is how kind of controversial it can be, like just the use of any aid for autism or like ADHD in the classroom. So during my primary research, one of the teachers I was speaking to, she'd come up with quite a good workaround for it. Is they'd sat down with the child and their like personal TA one-to-one.
Like one-to-one. Yeah.
And what they'd done is they'd written up like a contract of mm-hmm. how STEM toys can be used. Mm-hmm. So she gets to choose one in the morning, and that's her STEM toy for the day. It's only for her to use, and she needs to, like, she can use it while the teacher's talking, that's fine, but she needs to put it down when she's actually doing her work. And they wrote this contract with the child, and then obviously ran it past the parents.
Yeah, I was going to say parental consent, very important. Yeah.
But then it's like, the kid knows what the rules are, which, ASD, very important. Rules are, you want to know what's going on. But also means that the other kids in the class know what's going on, because they haven't signed the contract, so they can't use the SIM toy.
I think that's... So you said there was some controversy with mm-hmm. that. I mean, to me, as somebody who is not in the primary education sector, I have no experience in primary schools, but to me, like, setting out clear boundaries, clear rules, there's an element of own personal decision there for the child, integrating into classroom, and also, I think within that, potentially then there's an awareness in the room for the other children. And it's not something that's, oh, how come so-and-so's got, whatever they've got. It's actually everyone's understanding and learning together, and that interpersonal exchange. So what was the controversy with that?
So obviously that contract was basically the solution that I think would be good to be implemented in more places, because a lot of the other teachers that I spoke to from different schools hadn't implemented that. So they were very hesitant to allow STEM toys in the classroom, which meant that they were then having issues with classroom management, because the kids weren't stimulated enough to pay attention to what the teacher was saying. So then kids would end up going to whatever, like the rainbow room or the owl room or whatever their kind of special educational needs room was called. And they'd be away from all of the other kids, and they might have their trusted adult person with them. But, being with an adult as a child isn't the same as learning to socialise with kids your age, so they end up very isolated. So I think I kind of want more people to know about this contract idea of you sit down with the child, they have agency, but you're on the same page, and then you have a reason why only that child can use the STEM toy, because they've signed the contract.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. Again, not a primary school teacher, so primary school teachers, please don't write in. So how does that then tie back into the music aspect? So obviously that's potentially a more generalised piece of research that you found. So how do we tie that then back into that research question you posed about using music?
So obviously... this might just be my opinion. I don't think it is. I think a lot of people agree. But music is very good for regulating emotions. So it's really good for processing, really good for expressing yourself. So I thought, wouldn't music be a good aid to have in primary schools? So I looked at how it's being used at the moment, which generally it's not, or very, very minimally. So they might have background music while the kids are working, but there's not really much being done in the way of like self-expression and all of that. So I wanted to look into different methods that have been studied for social development for kids with ASD through music, and I found quite a lot of stuff on that. And then I was kind of looking at, okay, so these are the methods that can be helpful for kids with ASD. And then obviously I interviewed teachers and I found out what's going on in the classroom. And I'm like, okay, how do we bridge this gap? Like, what can we do? How can this be implemented into the classroom while also keeping in mind the issues that teachers were having with like classroom management and stuff?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think, as you say, I mean, music is a universal language as well. And again, that is my own opinion, but I think it's an opinion that people would agree with. So within your research, what were the challenges? What were the things that you were like, how am I going to get around this? But also, like, let's be balanced, you know, academia. Let's be balanced. You know, some things that you found really difficult, that you struggled with in terms of the challenges of writing this paper, but also stuff that you actually really enjoyed and you were like, oh, this is awesome. I'm hoping there's a balance there.
Yeah, there is a balance.
Good.
I really enjoyed writing this. I think it's very important to write about something that you care about, because then you're just going to have a good time.
Yep. Pay attention, people. Write about stuff that you like.
Yeah. But one of the main challenges that I had was actually getting in contact with teachers, because they are so busy. So originally I wanted to do Zoom interviews, but I ended up having to change my method to a Google form, because teachers just did not have the time to sit down with me for like 15, 20 minutes on a Zoom call. Like, I'm not going to interrupt their lunch break. They deserve some time to rest.
Yep.
So they could do the Google form whenever, but it did mean that I had to put in a lot of effort into making sure that I really curated the questions, because obviously I can't ask follow-up questions.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
So I did a lot of emailing back and forth with Scott of just like, right, I sent the original questions I was going to use, but then I had to kind of change them a little bit. So asking the same thing, but with slightly different wording. And I was like, is this okay?
So I think big shout out to Scott.
Love you,
To Scott McGill. We love you, Scott.
You're great, Scott.
Top human being. So curating those questions obviously takes quite a lot of time. What were some other kind of challenges that you faced?
I'm really bad at essays.
Great.
Wow. So when I came to uni, the part I was most scared about was the dissertation, or like just any long written thing.
I mean, you know, I don't want to speak for the population, but I think that is, you know, I think that's quite a common fear. Or I don't want to say fear, trepidation. Worry, insert word, that a lot of people have when they come into an academic setting.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're going off script now. What are some of the things that you could advise people who are coming into ACM, who are going to be doing this, who maybe share that with you?
Honestly, don't feel like you need to do things the right way, because I wrote my entire dissertation one whiteboard at a time, because I found that so much more manageable. So I treated my brain like a primary school child.
Okay.
And my mum gave me a whiteboard.
Love it.
Because she's a brownie leader, so of course she has whiteboards. And I was just like, right, today I'm going to write 5 whiteboards worth of stuff. And I just do one whiteboard at a time.
So you're physically
writing on the whiteboard. I don't know why it helps. It just does. Maybe it's because I could write in pink pen. You take what you can get.
Yeah.
But I found that a lot easier, a lot less intimidating.
Well, then, like a blank screen on a computer.
Just
like a
the
blank
cursor
document.
just flashing at you.
Yeah.
And also, when you fill up a whiteboard, you feel a little sense of accomplishment.
Great.
That little dose of dopamine. And then the speech-to-text function, so helpful.
Great.
Wonderful. I read what I wrote on the whiteboard, it comes out on the screen, and then all I have to do is spell check and grammar and all of that.
Rearrange, copy paste a little bit.
Easy
maybe.
peasy.
That's some really good stuff, though, and I think that's the thing when it comes to learning, right? Is that we all have different ways of engaging with information and learning and then processing and outputting information that we've gathered. And, you know, I think for everybody watching this, be encouraged that actually you don't have to do it the same way every time. And if it works for you, then great. And obviously we've got the A&D team, we've got the support team, who again will be there to try and help and aid you.
They help me so much.
Shout out to all the support teams. So I'm very aware of time. We should probably rattle through some more questions. No, it's fine. It's good chat. This is the thing. So how? I mean, I think the answer you've kind of already given in a bit of a roundabout way, but let's kind of knuckle down on it.
Okay.
How has this research project helped you within your career development? I guess professional development and also your personal development. I think it's important that we don't neglect either of those.
Yeah. So on a professional front, it's given me it's really helped me to find an interest in and appreciate the special educational needs kind of area of education, because I'd always been quite intimidated by it, because I was like, I didn't feel like I had what it took to be able to help kids that aren't in the mainstream curriculum. But now that I've done so much research on it, and I really care.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
I'm now looking to do something with music and young people to kind of help them develop and find their voice and what they do. And then on more of a personal front, as I was researching this, I realized, this all feels rather, I think I might be autistic.
Okay.
So on the waiting list for that now.
Okay.
Yeah. Live, laugh, love. Find out whether or not I'm autistic at the age of 23.
I mean, I think, you know, that raises something that is really interesting, and it's definitely a topic for discussion at another time. But, you know, it's potentially the failure of the education system to recognise, diagnose and help those with learning needs. So I think it's great that you'll find, you know, out of this, you're kind of going, oh, maybe I need to go and get this looked at. And I think, you know, it's great.
And hopefully with more aids being introduced in the classroom, more kids will be like, oh, actually, I find that really helpful. I wonder why. And it also normalizes it and makes it less stigmatized. And I just start from the kids and work your way up.
Yeah, I love it. So if you were to take this further, if you were to be given maybe a bunch of money by a research grant person and a team of people, and you were they said, carry this on. Any ideas on what that would look like at the moment?
Well, first of all, I would just want to do a much bigger version of what I've already done. Mm-hmm. So obviously, very small sample size.
Yeah.
So I would want to get a much bigger picture of how is this going on across the UK? Is there differences due to funding and all of that?
Yeah.
And then kind of figure out okay, so then maybe try and put some research onto kind of different levels of implementation of just so here's what you can do with basically no money.
Great.
And then kind of there's other things that you can do on top, but just kind of make sure that everyone's got a baseline rather than just kids being left behind, essentially.
Yeah. So if there are any wealthy people watching who would like to give some money to this research, please get in touch, because that would be great. I think it's such an important area of education, and I think as awareness kind of within the main populace of ASD and you know, and associated learning needs as well. I think as that becomes potentially more topic of conversation, people are becoming more aware. I think the need for this within all aspects of education, actually, from primary school all the way up to university and onwards, is so important. Thank you so much. It's been great to chat.
Thanks, Ed.
No worries. And thank you to everybody watching. And keep in touch. Let us know how it goes. Thank you very much. Logging out from ACM London.
Goodbye.
Okay, welcome back to Guildford. We're in our second award section for ACMies 2025, and we're back with some of our music academics. This happens to be our master's program, which has been running now for quite a few years. We've had a lot of success. It's running across multiple campuses and generating some great research, some great output. And what we want to do today is to celebrate some of our finalists as they are. So they've submitted some research, some work, and it's gone through a panel, and they've looked at it, and they thought, oh, these are the best ones. We're going to invite them down to the award show, and that's about what you're going to see in a few moments. And so essentially, we're going to hand over to one of our first hosts that is going to take you through, let's call it a TED Talk style sort of format. There's going to be some questions, there's going to be some presentations, there's going to be lots of knowledge. It's going to be really, really cool. And so what I'd like to say is give a giant round of applause for one of our master's tutors, Stefan.
Thank you, Mike. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our postgraduate showcase. We are very pleased to be here today to share some of the presentations of our students and their research to date. We are very proud because our postgraduate ecosystem here at ACM is a really diverse mix of future professionals who are really making waves within the creative industries. That's because really our course equips them to develop future-fit careers within the creative industries, but also actively taking part in research that tackles real-world problems, because that's one of the main focuses of the Creative Industries Futures Master's Program. So today, some of our students will be taking you through what they have produced as part of their applied research module, and you will have the pleasure to actually see firsthand the innovative and dynamic output that our students have been able to produce. So without further ado, I would like to welcome here the first students. So I'd like to introduce Maxi Webster-Coles, who has been developing a really interesting project. It's called a telephone microphone, and the aim is really to respond to the growing interest in unconventional and characterful equipment. And also it addresses some sustainability-related issues as well. So, Maxi, stage is yours.
Hello everyone, thank you for taking time to come here today, and welcome to the telephone microphone project. Okay, so my name is Maxi Webster-Coles, and I am a producer, recording, mixing and mastering engineer. So the modern music production industry is always looking for new ways to innovate. And right now, two trends are becoming increasingly dominant, and that is affordability and sustainability. Many new producers and indie artists can't afford high-end microphones, which often come at an expensive price tag. And at the same time, across various industries, we are seeing a push towards repurposing technology to reduce waste and costs, and this is no different in the audio industry. This led me to explore the use of old telephone handsets and to see how they could be turned into functioning microphones. While they don't offer the full frequency range of professional microphones, they provide a unique sound character that's especially useful in experimental and lo-fi genres. The core idea here is not to replicate or replace commercial microphones, but to offer a viable, sustainable and affordable alternative, particularly for artists who are budget conscious and still care about sound identity. So this led to the creation of my research question: what are the impacts on frequency response and dynamic range when repurposing a telephone handset into a low-cost, sustainable microphone compared to commercial options? To carry out this project, I aimed to use a mixed methods approach, combining both hands-on testing, interviews, and online questionnaires. This allowed me to gather both quantitative and qualitative data, providing a well-rounded understanding of how the microphone performs from multiple user perspectives. Firstly, I plan to conduct hands-on testing in a studio environment. Participants made up of engineers, session musicians, and artists will use the repurposed telephone microphone in a variety of studio settings. They'll record a range of sources, including drums, vocals, and guitar, to evaluate the microphone's sonic character, workflow, and usability. These recordings will be done side by side with well-established commercial microphones, such as the Shure SM58, SM7B, and the Lure LCT 440 Pro to provide a clear benchmark for performance. Then I aim to conduct pre- and post-test interviews with these participants. These interviews will explore themes such as sustainability, the role of character microphones, and their impressions of the mic's performance in contrast to commercial options. And finally, I designed and distributed an online questionnaire to further support the interviews, featuring both quantitative and qualitative questions. Participants listened to the test recordings made in the test sessions, and so remote responders could feel involved and provide feedback as if they were there. Combining these approaches helped me assess the microphone's creative potential and perceived value in real-world viability. So in this project, I chose to apply design thinking as a able to continually refine the design based on real experiences. So to begin, we empathized. In order to empathise with my audience, I observed through collaborative projects, informal discussions in studio sessions, and reflections on previous projects. To visualise my findings, I used empathy maps to segment my target audience into 4 groups: engineers, producers, hip-hop artists, and session musicians. This helped me understand their emotional and creative needs. From this, we found that many wanted something sonically unique that also reflected their personal style, with engineers valuing clarity but being cautious of non-traditional gear. Producers were excited by the character of the gear but wary of the workflow disruptions. Session musicians found that they were inspired by certain tools that helped shape their performance, and hip-hop artists were driven by the aesthetics of the gear and how that reflects on their social media. So, to explore the cultural and symbolic themes, I created a word map based on the empathy maps. The word mapping revealed the shared cultural values around character, rawness, and style, especially in hip-hop, lo-fi, and experimental genres. In the define phase, I turned these user insights into a focused design challenge. Users wanted tools that inspire the performance, not just record it, especially in genres such as hip-hop and lo-fi, where clean, sterile recordings are often rejected. Themes such as nostalgia and saturation pointed towards a clear desire for analog-style character. And this led to the final design challenge: how can we generate a low-cost and sustainable microphone that inspires personal expression whilst maintaining technical usability and accessibility? This question helps keep us aligned with the project's goals whilst actively addressing SDGs 9 and 12. So to develop this, I used the Scamper technique to explore the creative direction through 7 different lenses. It revealed an opportunity to substitute traditional microphone housings with nostalgic, low-cost objectives such as vintage telephones, blending sonic and visual character together. By adapting old casings into functioning microphones, it aligns perfectly with the project's goals and the sustainability goals. This led to the idea of the character mic that delivers a telephone effect without digital processing, overall encouraging expressive, performance-led recording over technical perfection. The concept of the microphone involved repurposing a vintage telephone into a microphone. I aimed to remove the internal components to reduce the weight and make room for new components, but keep the original speaker to utilize the diaphragm. Since speakers and microphones both convert sound and electrical signals via the diaphragm, it's possible to use a speaker as a microphone. However, this results in a limited dynamic range and frequency response. However, this is perfect as it will help to generate a characterful, lo-fi sounding microphone that align perfectly with our Scamper ideas. Finally, I aim to rewire the speaker with an XLR connection, converting it to a dynamic microphone that ensures that it is compatible with all standard audio interfaces. As part of aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, we made it a priority to minimize waste. Rather than discarding materials, we repurposed the existing port that originally connected the handset to the base. That port is now being used to dock the XLR lead from the handset. This means that the microphone can function as a complete unit, just like how you'd buy a telephone as one whole product, not just a handset. And importantly, this helps us maintain that vintage classic aesthetic. It is not just a standalone handset anymore, it is a full cohesive device. After finalising the digital prototype, I moved on to the physical build. I sourced a 1962 telephone and removed the base to repurpose the original port for the XLR connection. The base had outdated components like a ringing bell, which added unnecessary weight, and since portability was key, reducing that weight became a priority. Once that was cleared, I used a chop saw to cut the brass casing and make space for the XLR dock. I then sanded the edges to ensure a clean and safe finish. The initial plan was to split the handset and thread the XLR lead up to the speaker for soldering. However, we ran into a challenge. The handset casing was solid and could not be opened. To adapt, I decided to keep the original cord. While this was not the original intention, it actually helped preserve the telephone's vintage style and aesthetic. So I stripped both the original wire and the XLR cable to access the wiring, then soldered them to the positive and negative pins of the XLR cable. After that, I reattached the XLR casing to protect the wire and increase durability, completing the transformation into a fully functioning telephone microphone. We tested the microphone alongside commercial microphones on sources such as vocals, drums, and guitar for direct comparison. For vocals, SM7B had a smooth, full sound, while the telephone mic delivered a compressed forward midtone. This encouraged more stylized performances, especially for rap and spoken word. For drums, the telephone was used in a parallel setting with the SM58. The telephone microphone added punchy mids, great for boosting snare attack and kick presence, and which made it perfect for a multi-mic and room setup. Close micing the electric guitar gave a gritty and saturated tone, contrasting with the SM58's cleaner response. And as a room mic for the acoustic guitar, it emphasised the mid-range and ambient space in the room, giving the recordings a raw and emotional feel. Overall, the microphone's limitations became its creative strengths, inspiring users to perform and record in more unconventional ways. When asked, all participants responded positively to the sound quality of the microphone, describing it as unique, vintage, and characterful. The design aligned well with the Scamper's reverse and eliminate stages by repurposing the old hardware and removing the need for extensive EQing in the post-processing. Users found that this streamlined their workflow, often needing no additional post-processing. As one participant put it, it is better than the telephone preset on Pro Q3, and another added that they felt the authenticity and was shocked at its ability to pick up a variety of sounds. The microphone's vintage design and hand form were also consistently praised, with participants highlighting that it was very ergonomic and surprisingly sturdy. Its form factor contributed not just to comfort, but to the overall user experience. Participants also noted the low end and a strong mid to high frequency presence compared to the commercial microphones. They understood that it was not designed to replace the commercial microphones, but to enhance the recordings by adding texture. It worked especially well as a parallel microphone, with participants highlighting they augmented other microphones effectively. And when assessing dynamic range, participants noticed that the microphone has a more limited dynamic range compared to the commercial options. However, participants viewed this as intentional, stating that it was a defining trait of a character microphone and that encouraged more expressive and nuanced performances. During the interviews, a few key challenges were highlighted. Mounting limitations affected the usability in studio sessions, and concerns were raised regarding the sourcing of vintage components for the future builds. And it was also highlighted that there is still a perception gap where many users see sustainable gear as less desirable compared to commercial options due to the familiarity and reputation of commercial brands. To combat these challenges, the next steps include designing a custom mount and mic clip for easier integration with universal microphones, exploring Bluetooth capabilities for wireless and live performance uses, and building partnerships with charities and recycling organisations like the British Heart Foundation and Recora to support ethical material sourcing. So to conclude, this project has achieved several goals. It has developed a low-cost, sustainable microphone by repurposing a vintage telephone handset. It has delivered a product with a truly authentic and character-driven sound that has been validated by its usability through hands-on testing and detailed user feedback, and demonstrated real value in creative workflows, especially within hip-hop, lo-fi, and experimental genres, where texture and tone are essential. And some important insights emerged from this project: that character and emotion were often valued more than technical performance, and that the design was praised for both its vintage aesthetic and ergonomic feel. And importantly, the microphone proved most effective as a complementary tool, not as a replacement for commercial microphones. Thank you very much. That was the telephone microphone.
Thank you, Maxi. A really exciting presentation and even more exciting product. Now, I would like to hand over to Christopher Irons. Chris is based here at our Guildford campus. He's been working on developing an accessible documentary, looking to explore the skills and the new technology that emerging drummers should be proficient in if they wish to develop careers in musical theatre. So, Chris, stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Christopher, and welcome to my presentation on my documentary for emerging drummers. So the scope for this project was to create a visual, engaging guide for drummers who want to go into the musical theatre sector, but find it a bit challenging in terms of who to reach out to and where to start in terms of specific areas. The content within this project was focusing on collaboration and communication, the skills required, analysis of charts, and also a sit-in of Stratford Theatre, as well as briefly looking into the industry trends. And the data collection from this was through interviews as well as collaboration. So the rationale for this project was based on an unbalanced ratio between visual learning sources and resources that you would read from, like an article from the Musicians Union. So the content was aimed to be insightful, engaging, dynamic, as well as having a clear structure. The objectives for this project were to provide a clear pathway, showing who and how to reach out, gathering primary data that is current from practitioners, so this would be musical directors and drummers, and then analysing their key points from the interviews themselves. The other objectives were to create a strong narrative that answers how, what, and why for the emerging audience. And then the analysis of iconic musical charts, such as Wicked or Hamilton, so to provide context into what specific techniques and notations that drummers would need to know. So with my methodology, I wanted to gather a concise team of drummers and musical directors. So I reached out to the Musicians Union, where I used some of the filters in the search. So I looked into musical theatre drummers. I was provided with a long list of people, so I looked through their portfolios, and I came across 4 really good drummers, both from an external and local network, to ensure that I can bring new ideas for the project. I also found out from the London Musical Theatre Orchestra, by talking to the CEO of Stuart Barr, he recommended me John Ranger, who is a very experienced musical director. In these interviews, as we'll go on to the next slide, most of them were online on Zoom, as I wanted to make it easy in terms of travel and cost. One of the interviews was at ACM, so we could see this picture is in room 4 upstairs. This is due to travel and being close. As we can see from these pictures, the interviews were all recorded, microphones were set up, so we can ensure everyone's voices were heard correctly and with high quality. So linking back to one of the objectives of collaboration and analysis of charts, I sat in Stratford Theatre to watch the show Lovestruck. It was a very comedic musical, very funny and a bit rude. So how we see in these pictures that on the right, we've got a TV screen that is high up. This is where the actors on stage would look at the musical director conducting the whole show. The picture in the middle, we see the overall pit itself. It's quite small. I found that a lot of the instruments that I could hear through my monitors were not actually in the pit with us. They were played via backing track. So we got a keys MD, we got a guitar, and then we've got a bass just further back. Then the picture on the left, we can see the drum kit itself, where we will have a small amount of percussion, a talkback mic, as well as a tablet, so the drummer can look through the charts, and their own audio module, so they can control the input for the music. I also had the same, so I can hear everything clearly. So creating the documentary was a new step, as I had to learn about putting together films, editing audio. So I used the iMovie software that came with Apple. So I wanted to keep my audience engaged with the project. So I created a short 1-minute trailer that just covered the key points. I'm just going to quickly show you now.
Competition has never been harder.
Everyone's way into the music industry is different.
The biggest thing really is going to be with the MD, and it's just going to be about making sure that sight lines are clear.
Different MDs communicate very differently. A hand raise usually means let's get louder, and that usually means quieter.
So during this process, it was, so like I said, it was a new thing. There was a bit of trial and error with putting together the actual documentary itself. Thank you, Kasia. Yes, there was quite a few late nights of screaming and crying just to try and get the audio aligned with the footage to make this perfect. To create the storyline for the trailer, I did a bit of research into examples of trailers such as famous movies, as well as watching a guy on YouTube explain how he puts his own projects together. So he talked about having a narrative, a storyline, a structure of the key points that you want to show, as well as using musical effects to keep the audience engaged with what they're watching. There we are. So I found through the interviews that different MDs work differently and communicate differently to the drummers. So it is very important that you need to work with as many as possible to become versatile in different methods of communication. A lot of modern drum setups include hybrid technology. This was deeply discussed with Harry Younger in the interview. Practitioners need to consider multiple income streams in terms of the employability end, as the musical theatre sector is one of those sectors where it can be quite, what's the word I'm looking for, unpredictable. If we think back to the pandemic that recently happened, it just shut down very quickly. The competition between musicians has significantly increased. This is something that's going to keep on rising. So it is important to stand out from everyone. So if I look back to one of my interviews with Harry, he was talking about how when you're writing a letter or emailing a drummer wanting to sit in the pit, it's important to not just say, hey, I want your job. I just want to sit in, take over. No, you have to clearly explain the rationale of why you want to be in that scenario. So from what Harry said, he wanted to sit in the pit to observe and learn how X, Y, Z worked. And that's how he was able to build a good, solid relationship with, I think it was Chris Draper. So the impact on the documentary from the evaluation of it from the final product is that it provided clarity into how drummers who may find it challenging to communicate can reach out to musical directors. It has shown and explained the layout of the workplace, as well as demonstrated the practical application to musical theatre charts and following directions from the MD. So to conclude, just summarising all my key points, that drummers need to be able to understand the importance of business and employability when looking for jobs, and they need to be able to identify short-term and long-term opportunities. It is important to be clear on the reasoning of why you want to sit in the pit, and half the battle is just working well with people, so we're linking with soft skills here, as that can ensure more opportunities in the long run. And then, again with employability, thinking ahead, so to put this in context, let's say if you're about to do a contract, let's say on a cruise ship or theatre, it is important to think about or plan your next opportunity while you are working currently or just about to, because if you finish your contract and if you've not planned ahead, what do? You're still needing work. So if I was able to do this project again, I would focus on 2 new sectors, live performance, so I'd be working with different bands, as well as going into the cruise ship sector. So from that, I'll be able to analyse working on a ship, how to adjust to that sort of life, and how the methods of practice and performance are different to working in the UK. Well, thank you very much for listening. That's been my project.
Working, but I hope it is. And now, last but not least, we have Matthew Dunn from our London campus. Matthew's work focuses on anonymous artists and a new proposed record label structure. So here is Matthew to tell you all about his project.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew, as Stefan lovely introduced me perfectly, as per usual. So yeah, I've been focusing on anonymous artists, how they work in the industry, what makes their popularity seem to go up and down depending on the artist. I'm not sure if I have the slides on here, but it's fine. I can do it without the slides if need be. I'll just crack on with it anyways. The chances are, when you first hear the term anonymous artist, you'll probably think of Banksy. But if you put this into the context of music, names such as Daft Punk, Sia and Gorillaz may come to mind. Aside from being anonymous, there's one key factor that links all of these 3, and that they've all spent time in the Billboard Yearly Top 100. But yet some other more niche artists haven't managed to do that, MF Doom being an incredible example. So what defines how popular an artist can be? Where are the advantages and disadvantages when performing as an anonymous artist? What are the differences between that of the contemporary, more standard industry-focused artist? That was the whole principle for this research project, I guess you could say. It was a bit problematic when it came to primary research. I did impose the methodology of grounded theory, which was essentially to build around these artists and build around the public as well, take in their views, both the artist and the public, understand, build around them. With that, I also approached with lateral thinking to help me think outside of the box, in addition to using the 6 hats method, which came very, very crucially in clutch with the secondary research, which I had to perform. I'm trying to think of the points off the top of my head, sorry. The first thing I guess I could talk about is just giving some context to the industry. The most important thing I found was how powerful digital streaming platforms are. A few figures just to throw it out there. 200 million songs were uploaded online within 2024. 50% of these did not achieve 10 or more streams. In 2023, the UK music media attained 80% of its revenue from digital streaming platforms. In the US market in 2022, this was 90%. So I think this clearly shows the domination that streaming platforms have had since the 2010s. So how does that affect the artist? Well, we'll come back to that. However, there's a couple other things I want to talk about. Song lyrics and thematics also come to mind when I was performing my secondary research. I particularly looked at how genre and how song, what's the term I'm looking for? Well, song theme, I guess, plays a part into how popular a song can be. When looking at the past 5 decades in the US Top 40 yearly chart, 69.7% of songs were based around love and relationships. But that has seen a decline since the early 90s and 2000s. I assume this would be down to hip hop, or at least that's what I thought, and that seems to be the case, where it dropped down to now 42.7%, whereas lust has also been increasing adjacent to that. The only other thing I did for my secondary research is, off the top of my head, what was that? Give me a sec, sorry. I looked at... If you've got them, that would be perfect.
Do you have them?
I've sent them to Mike.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
You're off the hook. In other words, we're going to restart because you just got our slides.
Splendid.
So, give him a round of applause. He's doing the best he can. So, I've been welcoming our guests from the Ivors. And, sorry, that's another joke. Gmail.
He's going to restart everything, so
Yeah.
this part's not even going to show.
That's fine. Well, I mean, we can put that bit anyways.
It was a dress rehearsal.
Yeah, I was warming up my vocal.
Gary, have you done your bit yet? Okay. So I was watching for Gary. Is your surname literally Dunn?
Yes.
Mike Dunn, Matthew Dunn.
It's my long lost father.
No. Is it a PowerPoint or PDF? It's PDF, I can see it.
PDF, yes.
Do you prefer to have the camera link instead now if you have time?
Yeah, I suppose, just because I know it's going to work, but if the PDF works.
Has Lisha done her thing yet?
No, she's going to start in the discussion.
She's not presenting, she's just...
Okay. So what's going to happen is you're going to do your PDF, and then I think Gary's going to do something. Is that right? No? Or when's the discussion happen?
With Tom after Matthew.
So that's where we are. Okay. All right. So let's get the presentation underway. Then we'll go to Tom, and then we'll wrap up with Gary. So the only last piece of the puzzle is making sure Lisha knows what she's doing and getting this full screen.
Oh, no, it's me.
Oh, hey, Bo, how are you going? Max, can you help me with the PDF? How did you make it go full screen?
Okay, so...
You do. Nice.
Can we minimize that zoom? We got this zoom
Can
thing.
do.
Well, just need it out of the way because it's currently in the way.
Yeah. That'll do. Okay. Sorry, I was...
Reintroduce Matthew again?
Yeah. I got my earpiece in, so when Matt says to go ahead, I'm going to come off screen if you go on screen.
Yeah, it's all good to go. It's all good to go.
Okay, Matt.
Does the battery run out of your microphone?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, because it's... No, I don't think it's off. No, it's on and the battery is okay, but... Let's try again. No. Hello.
I know why it's off.
That's good.
Yeah, I can hear myself now. Great. Okay, it's good to go.
Test your mic.
Testing.
Over to you.
And now, last but not least, we have Matthew Dunn from our London campus. Matthew's work focuses on anonymous artists and the new proposed record label structure. So, big round of applause for Matthew.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for the lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew. My work focuses around anonymous artists and creating a record label around them. So I guess we'll just jump straight into it. Do I need to scroll down? Oh, I can click. Okay. So, introduction. First person you most likely think of when you hear the term anonymous artist is Banksy. But if you put this into the context of music, names such as Daft Punk, Sia, and Gorillaz may come to mind. Aside from this, one key factor links these three. They have all spent time in the Billboard Yearly Top 100. Yet some more niche artists have not managed to achieve this feat, MF Doom being an incredible example. So what defines how popular an artist can be? What are their reasons for anonymity? And what are the advantages and disadvantages which come alongside with it? For my methodology, I had used a grounded theory approach, formulating research questions, data collection methods, everything you can see on screen behind me. I felt like this was the perfect choice. When it came to secondary research, there was not a lot based on anonymous artists within the past century or so. It was more so based upon composers within the 18th and 17th century. Alongside this, lateral thinking was used. Pairing these both together allowed me to build upon my primary research and develop my project based around it also. Using the 6 hats method in addition to this allowed me to further develop my project based on my secondary research, allowing me to focus on specific aspects within texts and within written work, which had allowed me to, develop my project, I guess. Alongside this, for the development of the project, I'd used the CIM framework. It uses a lot of business and digital integration competencies in order to ensure that a brand can be sustainable. The ones that I mainly focused on was brand, digital integration, and championing the customer, which I felt like would be perfect based upon the primary data I was assuming. To gain the primary data, I'd use 2 techniques: artist interviews with anonymous artists to see how they view the industry as a whole, as well as themselves. In addition to this, I used a public survey not just to see their views on anonymity, but also their general music listening habits. This could be something as what genres they listen to, for example. So, to give you some industry context, digital streaming platforms, global streaming accounts for 69% of all revenue which was produced in 2024. I think this clearly shows the domination which digital streaming platforms have within the new media of music. The UK produced more than 80% of its sales from income and paid subscriptions in digital streaming within 2024. And in 2022, digital formats nearly made up 90% of all revenue produced in the US market. Pair this along with the fact that it's been dominating since the mid-2010s, you can clearly see the power digital streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple Music have within the music industry. 200 million songs were uploaded online within 2024. Only 50% of these achieved 10 or more streams. I think is completely ridiculous, but that's the way it goes, I suppose. When considering song lyrics and thematics, I found this lovely text from Mandanika and Bartholomew in 2014, and I feel like this quote is very powerful as to what it means to be an anonymous artist, and more so a musician within the industry. Popular music says something about what is on the minds of the youth who produce and consume it. Lyrics reflect what young people are interested in. I think this goes hand in hand with the thematics we see, which are most popular within the industry, with love and relationships taking the high road at 69.7% of all top 100 songs, top 40 songs in the past 5 decades within the US. With reduced accountability of being anonymous, one idea could be to use these song lyrics and thematics and become a bit more controversial, or even dive into the areas of lust. Some key examples of lust being used in massive songs is 50 Cent's Candy Shop, Hypnotized by Notorious B.I.G., and Doo Wop by Lauryn Hill. It could be suggested that this is the reason for love and relationships to have a decline within the last 2 decades, as hip-hop is primarily based around these ideas of lust and violence and whatnot. Social media is definitely the driving force behind artists within the 21st century. 41% of active users on social media platforms interacted with a post made by an artist, band, or similar musician. Outside of this, 9 out of 10 people had interacted with music in one way or another through social media, whether this be sharing it with friends, listening to it, etc., etc., etc. Using social media as a personal brand is key in the new age. It has allowed users and artists and other brands, basically anyone who uses it, to cultivate their ideas, cultivate their image to those who are interacting with it, building around their audience rather than building around themselves in order to gain more analytics, to gain more money. And through these use of statistics and analytics, they are further able to grow in a sustainable way. As you can see here, these are the top 5 most popular social media websites. YouTube has 48.82 billion monthly visits. This accounts to about 6 times for every single person on the planet, This doesn't consider those without internet infrastructure. This doesn't consider banned countries. even though there are only 2.7 billion active users. I think that is absolutely insane, personally. Facebook is right at the top with 10.5 billion, but it's not seen to be used by artists as much as Instagram and TikTok. Social media, as I have personally said before, we can see that interpersonal relationships can be built with the influencer, which Nuri M 2018 says. I did a short, what's the term I'm looking for? Case study into Rihanna, and I wanted to see particularly what things that weren't music she was posting, how this benefited her. She has a makeup brand, Fendi. She has her new role in a Smurf movie, and she has her own personal pictures. And I think this shows clearly how an artist is now able to take what they've created in music and transfer it into something else that fans want to see. So what are the advantages and disadvantages which come with all of these as an anonymous artist? I think Czarface is a clear example of how song lyrics and thematics can be used in order to gain traction, more so looking in the pop culture route. Even though the whole idea of anonymity and counterculture is to go against the idea of mainstream values, I feel like the way they have taken it in and used it to their benefit is still key, with things such as TV, games, movies, any other sort of form of pop culture have been integrated. As you can see by the cover art, it's all based around comic books, as is the name Czarface. It also presents a problem being anonymous, which is the inability to network. How is one supposed to connect with their fans when they can't tell them who they are? How is one supposed to share it with their friends, their family, their colleagues? Short answer and long answer, they can't. It's as simple as that. As stated before, anonymous artists could gain an advantage by being more vulgar and controversial. Key examples of more contemporary artists who do this include Eminem, John Lennon, and Marilyn Manson. Although one could argue that this could lead to more problems outside of the music, with Marilyn Manson being a key example of this, with lots of lawsuits based around his, not just his lyrics, but also his day-to-day actions. Utilising metrics, as said before, can show a great deal as to what consumers are interested in and what they want to see more of, allowing one to build their influence and build their brand as well. So, how did this impact the primary research and what were the results of this? The views on anonymity. 75% of participants said they would like to see more anonymous musicians in the industry. 61.5% said the industry would benefit from this, and just under half of people said they would be likely or very likely to listen to an artist based on the fact that they are anonymous. I wasn't sure what this had meant yet until I had talked to the artists and I understood why they wanted to be anonymous. It was this whole idea of staying out of the public eye. It was this unwanted attention, I guess you could say. Keeping away from all the quarrels and whims which come with fame, all the money. They just wanted to do it for the music. And I think this is reflected within the results. I think people just want to listen to the music. So why not just give them the music? That was one key driving factor when it came to the development. Genre preferences clearly stayed true. Pop was right at the top. Hip hop and rap was second with 69.2%, and R&B followed close behind with 61.5%. But the ideas of these anonymous artists coming in and changing the ideas of what genre could be in the radio, in other public spaces, TV, film. There's one quote I like here, which is, I think artists being anonymous and having the same opportunities as a non-anonymous artist, we'd have an increase of different genres with more people focusing on the art itself rather than the whole package of what an artist looks like in 2025. This was again another driving factor when it came to the development of the research project. When it came to artist engagement, I was a bit surprised by the results. The question was, are there any qualities outside of the artist of their musical output which you choose to listen or engage with them? Over 50% said no, which conflicted with the secondary research. But there is this lovely quote again. He is mysterious. Same for another artist, Playboi Carti, if you know who Playboi Carti is. However, neither is anonymous. They just give me enough to make me engage with them as people without ever feeling like I know too much. I had watched a podcast a few years ago. It was about MF Doom, and they were talking about how they use the whole idea of mystery and not knowing when someone was going to release, or I'm not going to tell you who's on the album. You're just going to listen to that album. I'm not going to tell you the release date. I'm not going to tell you where I'm recording it. This whole idea of mystery within the music, it gave fans a reason to listen. And I feel like, again, this is another massive driving force in the research. Accessing music stayed true to what I had already researched. Everyone used digital streaming platforms to access music, and it was the most dominant when it came to accessing it as well, with only one person saying they use live concerts to access music primarily, and one person saying they use CDs. Everyone else said they'd use digital streaming platforms to access the music they use the most, or listen to the most, pardon me. Outside of this though, one thing did stick out to me, which was the low percentage of people that still listen to the radio, which was 30.8%. Could you say that radio is dying? I wouldn't say so. I still think it has a key part in how the music industry operates, how popular an artist can be with people that, well, typically access it. I feel like for further research, it would be great to understand the demographics of certain radio stations, especially the ones I plan on interacting with gatekeepers, and how and what audiences engage with them, and how that can benefit the artists. So what are the public views on artist advantage and disadvantage? The main point was the lack of publicity. They get to remove themselves from the music, and they just get to create music for what they want to create it for. Many ideas here. Stay out of the public eye, keep a private life, anonymity, can go out in public without the trouble, less opinions based from the public upon appearance, allowing people to focus more on the artist and the music. However, this conflicted with what I had found from some anonymous artists, or at least some ideas that were posed, especially when you look into the drill subgenre of hip-hop. The whole idea of remaining anonymous is not to stay out of the public eye, but is to stay out of the government eye, with the whole idea of the violent nature of the genre. And I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm sure if you know what drill was about, you understand what I'm talking about. However, they did agree with the lack of publicity. I had spoke to two artists at the same time, and they said they want to freely be able to go to Tesco and buy their shopping, which I think is fair enough. I think we all want to be able to do that. What were some of the disadvantages? I'd spoke with the artists first, and they had said, well, for me personally, there are no disadvantages. I know what's coming with me staying anonymous. I know I'm going to have a lack of recognition. I know it's going to be harder, but this is the way I want to operate, so I don't have a problem with it. But then there were these ideas that came from the public eye of, oh, there's audience detachment. I don't know who you are. If you say you're one person and you can't prove that, I can't feel that connection until I know. There was also this lack of recognition, which then the artists began to realize as I had explained this to them. Okay, maybe this will have an impact on how I operate within the industry. Maybe this will have an impact on my sustainability. So taking these into account, I then started my label development using the CIM competencies. For branding, I decided to make logos based upon what it is to be anonymous artists, and this lack of recognition allowed me to create under the radar records for these artists that want to remain under the radar, which would make sense. I also had a video here, but for some reason it's not come through, but that is fine. I'd also created a website with one of the artists that I had interviewed. They seemed really engaged into the project. So I had them sign a lovely form so I could put them on the website, and I developed it. It's not amazing, I will admit, but I'm happy with what happened. But as I was creating it, I made sure to tap into the typical cognitive processes which many take when traversing online. This made sure that when people were accessing the website, they would be able to freely navigate through as they would anywhere else. This is just a couple other photos from it. A little description here. When looking at my SDG targets, one of them was goal 8, more specifically target 8.2, which was to achieve higher levels of economic productivity through diversification, technological upgrade and innovation, including through a focus of high value added and labour-intensive sectors. Now, although it doesn't directly correlate, I feel like it's very innovative in its own way. A couple of examples here on the screen. We have Kiwi Records, Wisdom Teeth and Trojan. These are all independent labels that are specific to one genre, but there is no label which is specific to one style of artist, which I think whereas the innovation is coming in. Rather than giving access to one style, give access to many styles and open a listening palette for the public. The other SDG which I plan to tackle was Goal 10, which was reduced inequalities, but more specifically, this was Target 10.2, as of coincidence with Target 8.2, but it's fine. By 2030, empower and promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all, irrespective of age, sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or economic or other status. I think being anonymous is a clear example of equality. You cannot judge someone that you don't know. You cannot judge someone that you can't see. All you can judge is what they produce. I think this is more than fair enough. I feel like the only place where this falls might come down to voice because of natural cadences and stuff like that. But that being said, with this whole idea of artists being anonymous and working under one record label, I feel like this is all bringing everything together, bringing everyone and giving everyone the same opportunity within the industry. So what were the limitations? First things first, a major oversight that I completely forgot to do, looking at the record label functions. Although I had directly interacted with the public and directly interacted with the artist, I had not considered, well, is there going to be any change to how the record label is structured based upon how they are signed, based upon the contract agreements, based upon where they want to release, based upon gatekeepers, based upon digital streaming platforms? Who am I going to need within the record label to ensure it's a success? This is something that was a complete oversight, but one idea I have to develop this is to have a look at PRS and MCPS, and more specifically, their royalty rates, how they contract with other people, and what are the positives which come from it, and how can it be bent into favour, one could say. Another limitation came from the participants. As we can see here, 76.9% of those who responded were 21 to 30. And there were only 13 respondents. So this comes into question of the results. How eligible are they? How representative of the public are they? I would like preferably a much larger group in the future. I had preferred, before I had started going through the results, I wanted 100, but unfortunately, some things cannot be mitigated. Prototype testing would have been really good to use, especially with the website. Identifying design flaws early could have proved beneficial in improving the overall usability and professionalism of the website, especially when it came to what content is on there. I feel like there are a few mishaps of, oh, maybe I should have put this in, or maybe there could be a better version of the mailing list, or maybe there could be more access to artist music. However, using the methodologies imposed, more specifically the 6 hats method, I was able to understand, well, this is the early stage of the project. There's a lot more development to come, and it doesn't have to be perfect now, but the plan is set in stone, and the plan is ready to go. This being said, though, this methodology also proves some problems, as it is reliant on primary data. So for the ideation stages of the project, there were problems, the major problems. And when it came to gaining this data, waiting so long for respondents almost stagnated the project to the point where I couldn't develop it further than a website. I had ideas of creating a UK LLC or limited liable company, so the project and the company could be ready by the time the submission was created. Also, I wanted a company bank account to show that it was specifically and ready to go, ready to be presented to maybe the Arts Council, or maybe ready to be presented to angel investors or someone like that. But again, using the 6 hats method, I was able to understand the data that I was gaining from a secondary perspective, allowing me to build these ideas of, well, maybe there's a gap here, or maybe there's a gap here. Maybe I could use digital streaming platforms as the main way to release music, or maybe I could use social media as the main focus to develop these artists and start building around these ideas as the primary research came in. Luckily for me, they connected. Had they not connected, there may have been a problem. So that may have been an oversight, but for me, it went well. But that might be something to consider in the future. So what are my plans for future development? As I've just discussed, I'd like to apply for Arts Council funding or angel investment or any other kind of funding which is available to further develop the project. I also, when I'm looking very long term, let's say the project is a success. There are companies such as Cube and Pirate who have hourly hired studios. And I think this would be great for not just the record label, but for the artists, having these areas where they can come in and record, but also making sure that revenue can be gained by leasing them out to maybe other recording studios, or maybe just letting the general public have access to them for a specific price, of course. Also, there was the idea of gaining venues as well. When it comes to the research side of things, as I've previously discussed, I want to look at record label structures, and I also want to have a look at, it's gone from my head, so we'll just say record label structures for now. I believe that is all. So thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed my lovely Under the Record.
Thank you, Matthew. And big thank you to the other presenters as well. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Maxi, for your very exciting and interesting presentations. I hope this has given you clear insight into the diversity that we have within our ACM postgraduate student body. And I'm sure we can all agree that these are projects that can make a real and lasting change within the industry. And we're all really excited to see the next steps of our fantastic students. Now, I would like to ask all of our presenters to come here on stage, where they will have the chance to join a short discussion with some interview questions. This section will be led by my lovely colleague, Dr. Tom Atherton.
Oh, thank you, Stefan. I'm just going to nab this. Excellent stuff. And I think we've got to, is that actually going to stay? Yes, fantastic. Let's see if we can bring, try and bring Lisha back into this as well. Just need to bring Lisha back into this. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I can't quite see where it is on the screen. Oh, I see. Excellent stuff. All right. I think you're right there. I think you're right there, Matthew. That's fine. So, just checking. Have we got Lisha there? We have Lisha's thumb. Excellent. All right, thank you. So we'd love to find out more about your approach to your research and your experience throughout your postgraduate studies. We'd also like to invite one of our online students, Lisha, to join us for this section, as she's kind of given us the thumbs up. That's it. So we should be fine. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Like, don't get too hung up about it or anything like that. It's not going to be too specific. But we'll probably just do about one question each. I would think there's time for there. Excellent. Thank you very much. And Chris, I think we'll start with you as you're on the ends there. That's brilliant. And I had a good one for you, actually. I thought would suit you well. Oh yes, how have you approached planning for the next stage of your progress and your move into industry?
So
I'll say that one more time. There you go. You're definitely on. Would you like me to say that again, Chris?
Yes,
okay, certainly. So how have you approached planning for the next stage of your progress and your move into industry?
So I will start. I'll say honestly straight away, I've taken a few days off between.
A few days off?
Yeah.
Slacker, honestly.
But yeah, so just between finishing the masters and today, but I have been looking into future job opportunities long term, such as teaching, like I discussed with you on one of our meetings, and then as well as looking through requirements into cruise ship companies like Carnival and Sonic. I'm still looking to start with Sonic Artists. I think it's a good company to start with.
Okay, so this is leading on directly from the study that you've done towards musical theatre.
Yeah.
And this is going to lead you into, you said cruise ships,
Yeah,
perhaps teaching as well.
Yeah, so the teaching would be very much long term. So this is like years in the future, when I would probably be at a point in my life where I need to now focus on other objectives and responsibilities that require me to stay in the country.
I see. So we're talking about a bit of a sort of portfolio career there. I can't remember, someone mentioned that in their presentation. Maxi, was that you that mentioned about portfolio, different income streams, etc.? That was you as well, Chris, as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So brilliant. So that sort of follows on directly from what you were saying in there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chris. And Maxi, we're just going to move on to you there, I think, now as well. So reflecting on your time as an MA student, if you could go back and give yourself one piece of advice prior to starting the MA course, what would it be?
Wow. It's a really tricky question. I think kind of maybe mentally preparing myself for the workload, maybe. But no, that's not a bad thing, because I think the workload really did allow us to kind of really get deep in and express kind of ourselves through our work. I guess a bit of advice I would give is just really do something that you enjoy for your projects. It makes them really interesting, allowing you to kind of really dive into the work, which does aid your future, really. I've always been very hung up on just the grades throughout kind of the undergrad, and since going into the masters, Katia has kind of influenced me into kind of, applying these projects for real world scenarios. And just to link back to kind of my projects, not stealing Chris's question or anything, but that I'm now able to take that and my community project into the real world and apply that to my career. So yeah, just I guess kind of stay in touch with yourself a little bit and really make sure you follow your dream. Not to be a bit cringy, but
no, I know what you mean. It's interesting that you talk about that, about, to use another massive cliche there, but it is about the journey, not so much the destination.
100%, which is actually in the description of my community, the audio playground, if anyone is interested.
Nice little segue there. Excellent. So yeah, that's brilliant to hear as well. And about actually looking at, what did I learn? Sometimes even when stuff doesn't even go to plan, that's not a bad thing, is that we can learn a lot from that, I think.
100%.
And that sounds like we're sort of getting that message across now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think every conversation you have, every kind of new person you work with, every project, you learn something new about yourself and about what you want to do. I came in very narrow-minded, and I guess something I would say is keep an open mind. I mean, thanks to the amazing tutors, it's really opened my perspective on what I want to do in the future. And yeah, I guess keep an open mind is a short answer to your question.
So when you sort of you started, because you mentioned about inspiration, pick a topic that inspires you effectively. So do you feel that this is something that you did when you were?
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of, you can see it through all the projects that I've done, is that the studio environment and mixing and kind of the collaboration has really inspired my journey. I mean, even working with these two next to me, it's really opened up doors for future development. And even with all my tutors, kind of, the journey doesn't end here. There's kind of the connections that we've made is what's inspiring, to be honest.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maxi. And if we can move on to Matthew there, please.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Matthew. How are you doing? All right.
I'm splendid. How are you?
Brilliant. Doing very well, thank you. And it's a fairly simple question. Well, it's a simple on paper question, but we'll see. It might be more complicated in reality. Is where do you see yourself in 5 years professionally?
I knew this was going to be the question I got for some reason. I always seem to get this question.
So perhaps what would the ideal look like for you?
Can I be blunt about it?
You can be utterly.
Can I say sat on a
£200
million yacht? That would be preferable. No, professionally.
Lost at sea or like.
Professionally, I'm unsure. But I'm excited for what the future holds. I'm not really sure what I want to do now that I finished the masters. It's sort of, well, now I've got to get a job, or now I've got to develop further. I hadn't really considered it when I'd started my bachelor's. I got to the end of the bachelor's and I was like, I don't know what to do. Panic masters. And now that I finished this, I feel I'm sort of in the same boat, but I feel a lot more calm about things, especially with the thinking processes that I've managed to learn throughout my time here. Preferably maybe a recording artist. I feel like that would be quite cool, especially in line with being anonymous. That would be a nice way to lead on from my project, or just, you know, developing the project to the point where I am doing that professionally in 5 years and it is active within the music industry. But I think only time can tell what actually happens.
So it's keeping in a bit of an open mind, an open,
yeah,
an open book
100%
with it.
100%.
So do you think that there would be legs for your label that you're effectively?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think a lot more research needs to be done into the public. Definitely gaining a larger pool of data to understand if it's ready to go. But I feel like the idea is there. I feel like it's a lot of people engage with anonymous artists, so why not just make that more?
That's it. Okay, thank you very much. And hopefully we're going to go over to Lisha now. If you're still there, Lisha. Hello. I think you're on mute there, Lisha, so if you could unmute yourself. Hello, Lisha. Would you just like to test something for us? Hello. Oh, I think it's there. It's super quiet. Is there any way we can get that any louder through there?
It's not through there.
Oh, it's through here, is it? See. One moment, Lisha. Just
should be coming through
yeah.
the radio.
Okay. Just working out the technical issues.
Speak. We had it working before.
That's it.
If you just speak, it'd be good.
Lisha, can you speak into the microphone for us just a little bit, please? Yeah, I'm not really getting anything in here at the minute, Matt. I can't hear anything from Lisha at the minute.
Lisa, can you just talk? Just keep talking. Even if we switch it to speakers here, can you hear her? Keep talking. We're getting nothing from her at all.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
That's coming through. Right, keep going.
Keep going there, Lisha. Thank you. I know it's a bit of a pain.
Keep going.
Mic test.
Aha. Thank you so much, Matt. Much appreciated. So, Lisha, thank you for joining us. And I just wanted to ask you one little question here. What has been your biggest academic challenge and how have you overcome this?
I mean, it is quite a loaded question, so
a little
give me
bit.
a moment. I guess academically, because my topic chosen is sustainability in music festivals or in the industry, so it is a topic that you have to be cautious with and how it impacts widely. That is one of the biggest challenge. In a way, it limits you or it restrains you to some extent to what you what you should or should not do. And yeah, but I mean, the point of doing it, I guess, it's the benefits or the rewards of it in its entirety, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So, how did you go about sort of overcoming this challenge? Was there anything in particular, any strategies that you used to overcome it?
I think because, I mean, for myself, because it's being done already, and there is a lot of work that has gone into it. So it's just having to carry on through with it. It is in a way also something important, and somebody's got to do it, and there is people that are of the same interest, that align with similar values, and they will be the one that support you through, and also
So perseverance being a big part of it, I think, by the sounds of things, just to persevere.
Sorry, come again?
I said perseverance is a big factor in this. Persevering, just carrying on, continuing.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of life advice here and there always.
A bit of luck too.
It's really,
okay.
you gotta keep carrying on, man.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisha. Thank you. So, the final section of our showcase will involve a further informal discussion on your personal insights. And I would like now to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Gary Bromham, to facilitate this.
I have to put the laptop at a weird angle. It's a little bit of it's a bit shaky. Are you happy to do it? We'll find out.
Yeah, you're insured.
Okay, hi everyone. Life questions. So I'm going to be a little broader than Tom there and just ask a few questions just relating to your experience as a postgrad. So I guess a question for you, Maxi. I'm going to start with you. Sorry, man. This kind of relates to prior to your postgrad studies. I guess I just want to ask about, was there anything that you were anxious about? And was that kind of founded in what transpired in the course?
Yeah, I mean, kind of direction, to be honest. Before doing the masters, kind of got to the point of finishing the degree and kind of realising the world that I wanted to go into wasn't almost what it seemed to be. And I think by doing the masters, it's really given me a sense of direction, and allowed me to kind of maintain an open mind. Sorry, what was the actual word?
What was the question? Yeah. So I was just keen to find out if there was anything that made you anxious, anything that you were anxious about.
Well, I mean, initially after doing my degree in Guildford, I made the switch to. Yeah, I'll get my telephone one out. That might work better.
We should. This is a great chance to showcase it.
Yeah. So yeah, making the switch from Guildford to London was kind of a big step, kind of leaving some friendships behind, but then also making some new ones. And yeah, kind of, I guess the lifestyle that I was going to be living, going from Guildford, which is a nice place with a lot going on in a small area, to somewhere like London where there's everything happening at once all over the place. But I'm glad that I did it. That was something that I was a bit nervous about, but I'm glad that I pushed myself.
Great.
Yeah.
And your microphone sounds way better than that one.
Yeah, I know.
Of course it does.
Partnership deal.
Thanks, Maxi. That's great. And maybe a question for you, Matthew. So what was your proudest moment of, I guess, your postgraduate studies or your university experience?
Turning up on time. My proudest moment. Wow, that's
Big
a really
question.
tough question, actually.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have one. I'd say it's more what's the word I'm looking for? Not even a journey, just the combination of it all. I think I'm really proud of myself. I finished a bachelor's and I was sort of like, nah, that was tough.
Yeah.
But as I sort of started working towards something I really wanted to work in, and creating these assignments based around what I wanted to do more so than just here's a brief, here's an assignment, here's what you need to write. and more so that creative freedom within the writing and the research. I feel like all of that together, all the work dependent on however long it took me or however good it was, I feel like all of that combined together is probably my proudest moment, to be honest. And just making sure I finished it and actually submitting the last ones 1 hour before the deadline was also probably my proudest moment, because I didn't think I was going to have enough time.
Sure. Actually, that's a really good ethic, because a lot of people talk about the journey in research, but actually that's a kind of convenient narrative sometimes, because in my experience, most academics conveniently stay in the research mode forever and never, and quite often never achieve outcomes.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that you're being forced here to actually produce some kind of outcome, which I think is a good thing.
100%. I feel like if I was just stuck in that constant research mode, what would be the point of it? It's great. I'm giving information to everyone else, but I'm not using it for myself. I feel like that's where my proudest moments come from, really applying what I've learned and actually turning it into something tangible that can be taken outside of just a research or just a piece of paper, and that actually have effect on the communities and hopefully the world, really. But yeah.
And I like the fact that at the end of your presentation, you talked a lot about the limitations, and you said, look, this is not perfect. This is, just part of maybe a wider study or a wider kind of field of interest. So, yeah.
Yeah, I knew there was going to be that sort of problem with it. I knew there was going to be something that held it back, whether it was regardless to the methodology or, even just the research outcomes. But yeah, proudest moment, all of it.
All of it.
All of it.
Great answer. Great answer. Maybe Letitia. I hope I got the name right there. Lisha. I didn't. Can you hear me? Yes. Maybe you can. I was just going to ask you a question about how the university experience has changed you as a person. If you can hear me, just maybe give me a wave.
Sorry, can you just...
Yeah, I just wondered how the university experience had changed or influenced you as a person.
Changed me as a person.
Yeah. Philosophical question for you there.
I think because I attended ACM and it being in the UK, which is somewhere that I didn't had any experience in before. Simply put, it definitely builds you as a character. It will definitely make you open to a lot of things, and also being able to accept a lot of things. So yeah, it's really a lot of character building.
Yeah.
And with academically side, of course, there is a lot of knowledge gain. You build a lot of connections. You have a much wider and vast experience.
I think it's really important for you to acknowledge your success and maybe even give you a kind of pat on the back, metaphorically speaking. But I guess the idea of how you evolve as a human being, and I guess it goes back to this idea of being on a journey. Do you feel like this is one tiny part that makes up maybe a bigger puzzle for you in your life? Has it contributed to your life?
So your question is whether it's been to my advantage?
Was it too broad and too analytical? Sorry. I was just really interested in how this contributes to to the bigger picture in your life, your research. It's okay if you don't want to answer it. I can hand over to Chris or something. We're just going to talk to Chris for one moment. I think it's quite hard to hear. Chris, I was going to give you a different question, but yeah, it was same question, I guess. How has it changed you as a person? How has it influenced your dialogue with yourself? I guess.
I guess it's just made me more aware of my future steps with industry, making me plan a lot more now. So after my couple of days off, I've just been drawing up plans to what I want to do in terms of short-term and long-term opportunities.
Great. Okay. Actually, I'm going to ask one more question, and I don't really mind who wants to answer this because I love this question. Actually, this is a question from Madeline, our co-lead. Are you an introvert or an extrovert, and how has your personality type helped or hindered your creativity, I guess, within the research process? Anybody want to take that question? I'm looking at Maxi, and I don't want to look at Maxi. I don't want to look at anyone. I love that question.
Let's do a short answer.
Yeah, go on then. Short answer. Short answer. Yeah.
I would probably say I'm more of an introvert, but my time at ACM has allowed me to kind of grow beyond that. Working with different people has strengthened my ability to communicate and share ideas and work with other people.
Fantastic. Anyone want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe people perceive me differently, but I would say I'm maybe smack bang in the middle. I think I can draw parts from each. I like kind of, on the introvert side has helped me with the academic work, but I guess the extrovert side of me has kind of pushed me to collaborate with other people more. And I'm glad that I kind of can use both a little bit, and it's something that I'll definitely work on in future projects going forward. But yeah, I'd put myself in the middle, not to be awkward. But
yeah, Matthew, I don't know if you want to add to that.
As per the Myers-Briggs personality test 2020, a
framework. I like that. A theoretical framework from a research.
I've been defined as an INFPT. I don't agree with it because I feel like a little bit the same as Maxi. I'm a bit in the middle. I can be a bit explosive, but definitely the introverted side has helped me a lot with when it's come to, okay, I really need to get this done today and I need to shut everyone out today. Yeah. And that's really helped a lot. But also more so the creative side of things and thinking outside of the box and understanding what's being presented to me and how I can use it in a different way or innovate it. I think that's where the personality has really helped me the most.
Actually, there's a great book that, I'm going to say that as a fellow researcher, called Quiet, which is by Susan Cain, which is The Power of Introverts. And it's interesting, that balance between those two. You kind of need both personality traits to be successful as a creative, or according to her research.
Definitely as a performer, I think. People that write their own songs but then go out and perform them. Yeah. I feel like having both is definitely very powerful in the sense of a lot of introverts seem to be more creatively minded. They seem to use their feelings a lot more. And that is expressed through the music, but then also having that personality to go out there and switch to the other side and interact with the fans and engage with the crowd or network with people, gatekeepers and producers and DJs and everything like that.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Lisha, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, your question?
Oh, so I'm talking about introvert qualities, extrovert qualities, and whether you consider yourself to be an introvert, extrovert, and maybe how that possibly impacts creativity and within the context of your research, I guess. Tricky question.
Yeah, I mean, I am an introvert, but because most of the work done within this time has been online, and I don't really get a chance to network as much or even connect with my peers as much, other than the ones online. And it doesn't really affect as much, just when we have to share or when we are supporting each other during our lessons.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that insight. I mean, I guess the idea of being a researcher also alludes to the idea of philanthropy and sharing of ideas. So, yeah, I think you were alluding to that in what you just said. But thank you very much for sharing that. I think that's all we have time for. So I'm now going to hand over to Mike Dunn. Thank you very much, everyone.
There you are. Hold the applause because that's been an exceptional experience, and we want to do this properly in that our Level 7 Masters is an incredible program. As you can see, we have students abroad, we have students here in the UK, we've got some fantastic tutors. So let's begin a round of applause for the lead there. Kat, you give her a round of applause. Come on, guys. We're going to go with Tom. Give him a round of applause. Well done, Tom. Stefan, keep it rolling. We've got Gary, come on. And then our level 7, as well as online, applicants, let's call you for now, because nobody knows who's going to come out on top. The tension is building, but we're going to move towards some more events today across all 3 campuses, Birmingham, Guildford, and London. It's going to feature some live music, which is going to be really fun. But for now, this ends our Masters event. One last round of applause, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back with some live music. Come on, give them one more time. See you in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Fran. I go by the artist name Nana Araj. I am singer, rapper and songwriter, and I'm also an ACM student on Vocals Pathway. I'll be performing my latest single, Beautiful, and this will be the instrumental version. I hope you all enjoy it. Yeah, all good? And everyone clap for me. Let's get the energy going. Don't be shy. I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. You may see this without knowing. My bad sis, I thought you liked me, but we're still friends, respect me. From a heritage, you dislike me. I celebrate where you from, but you don't, cause I'm from Ghana. What's the drama? Hey, calm down, don't give it that attitude. I dance with some song gratitude. I embrace my roots no matter their latitude. We're all unique, let's change that amplitude. No need for animosity, let's build our fortitude. Together we're stronger, let's change the magnitude. Oh Charlie, I'm before I also embrace my body. You're before, don't compare yourself to nobody. You don't have to be like anyone else, keep going, keep going. You don't have to be like anyone else, keep going, keep going. I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. Hey, yeah, I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. Not just her, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. Hey, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. Hey, hey, come on, everyone clap. Hey, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. 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 I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. You're beautiful, you're beautiful. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. Hey, I'm beautiful like Kelly Rowland. Not just her, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. Hey, 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 hey. Come on, come on. Thank you. Thank you.
welcome. Thank you very much for that performance. So tell us a little bit about the concept and ideas behind the song.
So the song came into my mind back in 2023, so about 2 years ago. And it was a time when I wasn't always embracing myself, my beauty and everything. And this song just touches on women empowerment, just embracing your beauty regardless of your background. Being from an African background hasn't always been easy, embracing myself, so that's why I wrote the song. I wrote the song with another artist called Quintessence, but she's not here today. But yeah, but I'm glad I came here to perform here today.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No, thank you. And what's the goal when you leave ACM? Like, what do you want to do? Where do you see yourself going?
So I have another year here left, and my goal would be to start working with bigger artists as I leave. But in the meantime, I'm gonna keep on promoting my music out there and stuff like that.
So keep on releasing as an artist.
Yeah, releasing, doing covers, and even my own music. I'm also planning on doing an EP as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. And what has the highlight been for you at your time at ACM so far?
Just learning how to develop my vocals more. Just stay motivated with my work, even it's difficult. It's been a hard year. This year, not me attending, but I have managed to attend to some of the lessons here at ACM. So moving forward, I want to pass my level 4 grades before I can do the second year. So
great.
Yeah.
And any tips to students who potentially might be looking at coming to ACM in the future?
My tip would be, just be yourself, and don't be afraid to ask for help if you're struggling.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Guildford and Birmingham as well, for tuning in. ACM London out.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to Guildford, guys. We're having a great day here as part of our ACMies 2025. We're moving into some new categories. Now, what you need to do is listen closely, because what we've done here is intermixed a bunch of categories so that we can sort of maneuver, get the musicians in front of you. And so let me list them for you. We have this one category, which is we're going to start with in a second, called Live Performance of the Year. And Live Performance of the Year is just like it sounds. It's musicians that have presented performances either as part of ACM or outside in the general public venues, whatever they may be. They've captured them, they've sent them in, and they've gone to a panel, and that panel has decided whether or not they should appear as part of what we would call a finalist. The second award that we're going to move on to in not too long is going to be our Company of Musicians Award. Now, this is a really prestigious award. They appear at our graduation. They're part of an external partner. And so we'll come on to that in a minute. There will be other awards later in the day. I won't get into it right now, but we have a very special performance here from Victoria, and she's going to sing some music for you. We've got an accompanist. Let's have a giant round of applause for Victoria.
skies are you dare to dream really do come true. One day I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me. Trouble smells like lemon drops. The chimney tops, that's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds they fly. If birds can fly over the rainbow, why then why can't I? One day I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where your trouble smells like lemon drops, way above the chimney tops, that's where you'll find me. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds they fly. If birds can fly over the rainbow, why then why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
Wowzer. Wow, wow, wow. Victoria, that was a wonderful performance. And we've got Elena on piano. Give her a round of applause. Exceptional. That was really wonderful. Yeah. So one or two questions, Victoria. You're obviously finishing up. You mentioned today that this might be your final performance at ACM. What's been your favorite part of ACM? Where's your highlights?
Where do I start? I like the journey. It was sometimes it was difficult, sometimes it wasn't, and all the experience I got was the best part of it.
Of course, yeah. And so, what's your next steps? I think I already know, but you tell the audience what do you foresee yourself doing as a musician for your next steps in your career?
Well, as I'm a professional teacher, I would like to move a little bit to performance side with my pianist, and hopefully that will be next step. Just trying to move
Yes, moving along. Fantastic. The one thing I will say at ACM is that we do generate great music teachers as well and great performers. So a little bit of a mix, which I think Victoria has benefited from. But what a sound you made today! Part of our live performance of the year candidate. You're not a winner yet. You got to wait and hold fire there. We'll be announcing our winners at the end of our session today. So do tune in if you're on YouTube. And of course, we've got a live audience. The last thing to do here, before we give a round of applause, is we're going to move on to, we have 2 more performers here in Guildford. We've got performers in Birmingham. We've got performers in London. They're all in the running. And so it is, adjudicated as it is on the day. But Vicky, you've done a great performance here. Give her a giant round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And we're going to move on to our next performance in just a few minutes. Welcome back again. We have another performance for you this afternoon here in Guildford. We're quite excited about this in that this is a different category. I asked you to pay attention early because we have multiple categories happening throughout the day. This is a different category from what we've presented so far today. This is the Company of Musicians Award. And this is a link to one of our partners, which is a livery company up in the city of London that supports musicians, both classical and popular, and it's been a long-lasting relationship that we've had, so we're very proud of it. But getting on to what we're going to present today, we have one of our upcoming graduates, and his name is Huw. He's going to play you a very nice rendition. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you, Huw. You play us what you think is going to sound really good.
Well, I mean, it's hard to know what will sound really good when you've got me playing on the piano, but I'm sure this will surprise you all. It's not like you've just heard me playing it, but I'm going to be playing some Billy Joel. He's my favourite of all time, so I hope you enjoy it. This is She's Always a Woman. She can kill with a smile, she can wound with her eyes, she can ruin your faith with her casual lies. She only reveals what she wants you to see. She hides like a child, she's always a woman to me. She'll lead you to love, she can take you or leave you. She can ask for the truth, but she'll never believe you. She'll take what you give her, as long as it's free. Yeah, she steals like a thief, she's always a woman to me. And oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. And oh, and she never gives out. She never gives in. She just changes her mind. She'll promise you more than the Garden of Eden. Then she'll carelessly cut you and laugh while you're bleeding. She'll bring out the best and the worst you can be. Blame it all on yourself, 'cause she's always a woman to me. And oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. And oh, She's frequently kind, she's suddenly cruel. She'll do as she pleases, she's nobody's fool. She can't be convicted, she's earned her degree. And the most she will do is throw shadows at you, but she's always a woman to me. She's always a woman to me.
Thank you. Great stuff. Great stuff. I mean, the talent that we've got coming through today is exceptional. Come over here, Huw. Come here. So, what came first, the singing or the piano playing?
The singing came first, a lot before the piano playing. I've always been singing from a very young age. I've definitely got younger brother syndrome, so I am the youngest of three, and I've used it always as a tactic to annoy my brothers. And surprisingly, it works really well, so there you go.
Fantastic. And so piano is your, let's call it your secondary instrument. I think it's your primary instrument, the mic. But so has your piano playing come along since you've been part of ACM?
Definitely. I'd say the main part of my piano playing which has come along is actually my improvisation and how much more comfortable I've felt on the piano, because I've only recently really started to accompany myself singing. And I've been doing a bunch of gigs around kind of London, through ACM as well, with my band and solo doing covers. And yeah, it's definitely come along. Definitely.
Yeah. Definitely 100%, because I've been there, I'm part of the journey. I've seen you progress, which has been awesome. Huw, if you didn't know, is on the London circuit as it is, and probably wider as well, doing his vocal and piano and his band. And we're actually going to hear something from Huw for a different award. Now, I ask you to pay attention. We have an award called Song of the Year this year. Well, we did it last year as well. So, but what Huw was able to play for us today, very nice performance for Company of Musician Award of the Year. And so that wraps up Huw's performance. Give him a giant round of applause for his achievements.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
That was incredible. Would you like me to turn your mic? There we go. Look at that. 3 years of study. No, I'm joking. Mate, that was really, really cool. So tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind what you just demonstrated for us.
Yeah, cool. So obviously, I was told I needed to do a performance. And I can't lie, it took me a very long time to decide what to do.
Mhm.
I literally decided when I got here.
Nice.
Because I was like, oh, do I just play like a really hard song? Do I play like a super choppy song, like to show all my chops? And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to play 3 little snippets of things that I'm doing now that I've finished ACM.
Great.
So the first track was a bit of a song called Scorpio Rising by Elfie, who goes to ACM.
Yep.
The second track was I Will Survive, which is a disco tune. But you might notice there was a bit of country, a bit of a train groove going on in there.
Yeah, nice.
Because, one of the things I do is a country function band.
Cool.
So slip that in there. And then the last one, Disconnect, drum and bass tune. For the EDM function band, I do electro live. So, I just thought I could throw in a load of chops and everything, but like, at the end of the day, it's about groove, pocket, and just versatility, innit?
Yeah, nice.
So there we go.
Yeah, great. And Electro Live was a project that you did for your final collaborative project, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the kind of direction of that project, what's been going on with that since you finished, the idea for that, concept and all of those things?
So myself and Mari, we kind of, for our final collab project, we're like, we love EDM, no one really does it live, so let's just do it, see what happens. Like, we'll put together a show reel, we'll send it out, we'll see what happens. It was a very stressful project. We had many things go wrong, but it was fine. We got there.
Yeah, you learned some stuff along the way, I hope.
Yep, learnt many things.
Good.
We then sent out the show reel and stuff, and we actually did our gig. We did like our first gig in June, which went really, really well. Again, there were many things with that were just like not what they should have been, but it was fine. We got through, we did the gig, and it was sick.
It was really good. I popped down for the first half.
Indeed.
It was
very
fantastic.
good.
Really enjoyed it.
Now we've kind of hard launched that. We've had some interest from agencies, and it's a bit gutting. This is on me. We actually got a booking for the Maldives.
Oh, nice.
But I'm not available.
Oh no!
And this is the lesson we've learned. What we should have done is said, "Yeah, sick, we'll do it," and just get a dep.
Yeah.
That's not what we did. We were just like, "Oh, Gideon can't do it. Sorry, we can't do it." But like, bear us in mind for future. So they're gonna bear us in mind in the future. But
Well, we wish you all the best with that. But yes, get a dep.
Yes. But lesson learned.
Deps are good. Highlight of the drum pathway at ACM.
For me, it's got to be the kind of hybrid stuff.
Yeah. Which we saw you.
Which obviously I've got like Ableton, the SPD. It's nothing like I'd never even experienced anything to do with that before. Obviously, like technically, I'd done loads of that growing up, playing drums all my life. But the hybrid stuff was like totally new to me. And as soon as I kind of got hold of the SPD, I was like, oh, I love this. And then I got Ableton, and I was like, oh, I love this even more. And then seeing what drummers can do, like going to the Andy Gangadine masterclass, like that was insane.
Yeah, what a player.
Yeah.
And knowledge of technology, absolutely
100%.
incredible. So you'd say then that the hybrid drumming aspect of the drum pathway is something that, you've learned a lot, but also you'd probably recommend to other people thinking maybe about ACM.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think I'm right in saying that no one else really does anything like it. Maybe, potentially, I don't know. But like the course is very good. Like it was created by like Joe Clegg, Harry Younger, Ben Scott had influence as well. So it's like top level drummers like all influencing it as well. And like if you want to learn it, like you can really just dive in and there's a lot that you can learn.
And it's another skill as well you're adding to your employability.
Exactly.
CV.
Like, I just got a gig doing it, so
great.
Yeah.
Well, mate, thank you so much for that. That was fantastic. Thank you to Birmingham and Guildford for tuning in as well. That was absolutely fantastic, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
That's free handshake right there. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back again to Guildford. It's the ACMies 2025. And as I've mentioned for previous performances, this falls under the category of the company of musicians. Now, what the company is looking for are people that make basically a really good sound. People that are articulate, that are technically capable, essentially. And I think we might have somebody on our hand here today who could fall into that category. So without any further ado, give a giant round of applause for Harry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Harry. Let me just get this boom up here for you. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we've known each other for a couple of years now, Harry.
Yeah.
Part of the bass department.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So tell us, what was your first few instruments before bass?
When I was 9, I started playing bassoon. That was my first instrument, which was short-lived. And then moved on to a little bit of guitar and keys. And then when I was sort of 12, 13, came to the bass and sort of haven't really thought about much else since.
Fantastic. Yeah. And you're using some real technology here today. You got your backing tracks, you got some pedals. Tell us about the technology. Is it positive for you?
I mean, definitely. Lots of the stuff that I've been using, I wasn't that aware of before ACM as well. So things like splitting down tracks to make a backing track using AI. Didn't even know that was a thing before I was here. So yeah, making the most of, I think it's one of those things, it's not going anywhere. You might as well get used to it.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if our cameras can see it, but what is your favorite pedal there?
Well, that's a tricky one. I like pitch shifting. So one I've got where basically it splits up my signal and pitch shifts one thing up a fourth and one up a major seventh, and that's quite a fun sound. And then also just an octave down, can't beat it.
Yes, 100%. And you got enough strings on that bass.
Just about.
You got room for maybe one more if you need it. Right. Okay. So Harry's one of our competitors for the Company Musician Award, and I think he's done a fine job. Very articulate, as we said. I think it's going to be a tough choice between all our applicants. But what I need you to do is give him a really warm welcome, a really big round of applause for his performance here today. And we'll be right back.
Hello, my name is Gracie, this is Zak, and this is Picture You by Chapel Roan. Draw the blinds, light every candle, slip off my pretty dress, down my chest when I think of you. Every night, both lips on the mirror, it's ritualistic, counting lipstick stains where you should be. Oh, I need you around, I'm getting close now. Do you picture me like I picture you? Am I in the frame from your point of view? Do you feel the same? I'm too scared to say half of the things I do when I picture you. So tell me now, all your perversions. Am I doing research in a miniskirt at the library in your hometown? Oh, I need you around, I'm getting close now. Do you picture me like I picture you? Am I in the frame from your point of view? Do you feel the same? I'm too scared to say half of the
Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. So, what pathways are you on?
I'm on the vocals pathway.
And I'm on the composition.
Yeah, you might have to share that mic.
I'm
sorry.
on the vocals
You're on the
pathway.
vocals pathway. Nice. And your production?
Composition.
Composition. Very nice. So, tell me a little bit about the thought behind the arrangement, the way that you've approached this song, where it came from.
I mean, I love the song. I love Chapel Roan. And I wanted to pick this one because of the vocal agility and like the bridge section of it. And she has done this acoustic at a Tiny Desk concert.
Okay.
And I preferred that version so much. And I think acoustic suits my voice better with that sort of style. So I was like, hey, Zach, want to play acoustic guitar for me? So yeah.
Nice. So for people potentially watching, shout out to Birmingham and Guildford. Hello. People may be thinking about coming to ACM. What are some kind of top tips that you can give for your respective pathways? We'll start with composition. What are some tips you could give to potential composition students for when they come in and do this course?
Sorry. I think the best thing to keep in mind when it comes to composition is that composition can be a wide variety of things. I think many people have this idea that composition is strictly orchestral, but it can be a variety of different things, from creating like an acoustic arrangement for a pop song to, like, you can definitely do orchestral stuff, but there's definitely a bunch of other opportunities than strictly just orchestral.
Yeah. Nice. And what about for vocals? What are some things that you would give prospective students to think about before they potentially come and join us at the ACM?
Be prepared to challenge yourself.
Nice.
You definitely learn a lot, especially technical development 2. All the technical development lessons are amazing, super helpful. I've learned so much, so many different vocal styles, and ensemble lessons as well. Great. So you can work with different bands, different styles. So you sing something you never thought you would sing, but then you might end up enjoying it. So yeah.
Yeah, great. And obviously a big part of the modules are the collaborative units, which I know for a lot of students it's a lot. It's a lot to kind of get your head around. It's a lot in those kind of environments. What would you say to people kind of coming into those modules, kind of into this coming September, as a bit of words of wisdom for them?
I'd say be patient and be active, because if sometimes there can be difficulties with people not showing up, and I mean that's all a part of learning the different collaborative skills, which is kind of the point of the class.
Yeah.
But if you're always active, you'll always know what's going on, and also then you'll have something to show for it. So you will always be respected for your efforts, even if other team members don't hold up their side of the bargain.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, would you agree?
I totally agree. If you don't show up, then you'll have less to write about, and you'll get a worse grade than everyone else because they put all the effort in. It's as simple as that, really.
Really, really nice. So what's your aims, like, kind of when you finish ACM, which I think is in a year, right? Yeah. Yeah, you finish in a year. So 1 year down, 1 to go. What are the things that you're thinking about kind of post-graduation?
I mean, I would love to just preferably either a recording artist or a live artist singing in a band.
Or both.
Or
do
both.
both. You could do both.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, just getting music out there, really. We need to write more songs to get out, not just covers, which I need to learn.
Yeah, love it. Appreciate the honesty. Yeah, what about yourself?
I think my aim is probably would be more, as a composition student, the pathway, I like creating music for another piece of art, for instance, like films or video games. That type of stuff really interests me. So that's what I've been trying to aim towards with my projects at school, and I hope to pursue that more after ACM as well.
Nice. Well, future artist and a future composer for games/film, sitting here with us in ACM London. Well, thank you both so much for coming in today. Thank you for your performance. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, this is ACM London clocking out. Back to you in Guildford/Birmingham. I'm not quite sure where the broadcast is going next. So back to you guys. Thank you very much. Cheers again. Bye.
All right, cheers.
Okay. Hello, everybody. How we doing? We are in fortune. We are all students at ACM Birmingham campus. We have all just passed our foundation year, progressing on to level 4. Happy days. We got a couple of originals for you now. We played this at a gig last night, so let's go. This first one is called Hellbound. Souls hellbound, welcome to impound. No escape over, under, or even around. Torture, non-stop, eternal damnation. Big red motherfucker, named Satan. Souls hellbound to the hellhounds at the feet of the Dark Lord wearing his black crown. Worst nightmares to make them real. Sadistic motherfucker making grown men squeal. Can't hurt a man who's got nothing to lose. A man who don't give a fuck and plays by his own rules. So fuck off and leave me alone. Red mist descends, I'll start breaking bones. I see the look in the eyes, the fear starting to rise. Another look says it came as quite a surprise. Back up I advise, coming at me's unwise. After a beat down they won't tell you no lies. A little insane, I will feed off your pain. I am what I am, and I am here to remain till the day I collapse. Perhaps slip through the gaps, come back from the dead, ready to scrap. You want a piece of me? Get in the queue. You picked the wrong day, cause I'm in a foul mood. Maybe see you in hell, where we all get burned. And then you might just get your turn, because your soul's hellbound. Welcome to impound, no escape over, under, or even around. Torture, non-stop, eternal damnation. Big red motherfucker named Satan. Souls hellbound to the hellhounds at the feet of the Dark Lord wearing his black crown. Worst nightmares to make them real. Sadistic motherfucker making grown men squeal. Destination's the same except he made me a deal. Sold my soul and made that deal with the devil. Down with destination to the fires of hell. Demonic insane asylum where the cruelest dwell. Rotten flesh, the only fucking thing that you smell. And it gets a little hotter every time you rebel. No time down here, it just overlaps. Everybody's in pain, tied down with strap. Lucifer's general with a million goons. Masters of suffering, and they have been schooled under total control, created to be rude. Any objections where you overruled your afterlife rights have just been removed. And if you're in the bad books, officially fucked your shit out of luck. Now your number is up, I'm like a pig in shit, rolling around in the muck, because your soul's hellbound. Welcome to impound, no escape over, under, or even around. Torture, non-stop, eternal damnation. Big red motherfucker named Satan. Soul's hellbound to the hellhounds at the feet of the Dark Lord wearing his black crown. Worst nightmares to make them real. Sadistic motherfucker making grown men squeal. Oh yeah, come on, squeal like a piggy. And your soul's hellbound. I'll say it again, your soul's hellbound. Welcome to impound, no escape over, under, or even around. Torture, non-stop, eternal damnation. Big red motherfucker named Satan. Soul's hellbound to the hellhounds at the feet of the Dark Lord wearing his black crown. Worst nightmares to make them real. Sadistic motherfucker making grown men squeal. Yeah. Woo. Okay. Woo. 2 seconds. Okay, like I said, we got another one for you now. This is the first song we ever wrote. This one's called Thorn in My Mind. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Woman, you drive me insane. A thorn in my brain. Tell me nothing but lies, but I'm hypnotized. Toxic, bad for my soul. Now I realize, jealous, lust of control. It's got to go. We fight, fucking make love, but you can't get enough our passion. Always abrupt, staying mesmerized and devilish. Look in your eyes is so corrupt. I'm sick of your lies. Devil in disguise. You ever known a woman made you feel like a kid? Took you to ecstasy with the promise of destiny. A real wild side, so much intensity. She's a man-eater, would have your balls on a string. Not a man alive, the woman couldn't seduce. Girls in all the right places, never needs an excuse. Like lambs to the slaughter, fish out of water. Even the devil herself or what the devil produced. So many ways, you try to knock me down. been training for days. You want me on the ground. It ain't gonna work, 'cause I'm a rebel. I see whole oceans, and you a fucking pebble. Yeah, woman, you drive me insane. A thorn in my brain tells me nothing but lies, but I'm hypnotized, toxic, bad for my soul. Now I realize jealous, lost the control. It's got to go. We fight, fuck and make up, but you can't get enough of our passion. Always a rock, staying mesmerizing, devilish. Look in your eyes is so corrupt and sick of your lies. Devil in disguise. She enters your thoughts and thoughts stuck in your mind. Like I said, get what she wants by telling nothing but lies. Took a bait in the trap more than too many times to free between the sheets, so I held on for the ride. Definition of stress, wears a little black dress. Getting your feelings, she knows what buttons to press. That's why I'm out. No more hesitation or doubt. So destination reroute, and you no longer possess. Yeah. Get out of my brain. Get out of my brain. Get out of my brain. Woo! Get out of my brain. Woman, you drive me insane. You're like a thorn stuck in my mind. You're toxic, bad for my soul. You're jealous, lust and control. We fight and fuck and become. But now enough, that's enough. Our passion will always erupt. Corrupt, look deep in those eyes, devil in disguise. Thank you, everybody. We are in for you. Yeah. Woo!
Hello, my name is Darina Galytska, and today we're performing my original song, which is called Fly. It was written with Andre Serban and Liam, who unfortunately not today with us, but I have a really lovely band, and I'm so grateful to be here today and performing my original song.
I've tried so hard to impress you is my dream, but time, it is time that makes us try. You and your dreams are always supposed to be inside. You and I, and you fly so high to your goals that you spy, and I try to define my own dreams to I don't want it, I didn't need it, but they made me to choose this game. All these creatures that are crawling in my head. If it's sooner or later, I just wanted to make it done. Only feeling this hard feeling that makes me try. And you fly so high to your goals that you spy, and I try
Thank you.
What a performance. Well done, everybody. That sounded absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. So, tell us, what pathway are you on?
I'm on music performance, vocals.
Nice. Are you enjoying the course?
Yes, I am really enjoying the course, and I think I've learned a lot since I've started, and I'm so grateful for tutors and for everyone who supported.
Nice. So, tell us about the inspiration behind the song.
So mainly I was taking the inspiration from Ukrainian book.
Mhm.
And this book is about mountains, about magic, and that girl have to go through problems in life, and she has to just like kind of like fly through this.
Nice. What's the book called?
It's Charodol.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see if there's an English version on
Yeah,
Amazon,
sure.
and then I can read it. So talk me through the process of writing the song. How did it start? Obviously, you said it's inspired by a book, but how did that begin, and then how have you ended up to this fantastic arrangement?
I mean, mainly we started last term. We were doing this for assignments because we had a brief and we needed to like choose a book or film or
Collaborative module. Yeah,
collaborative
great.
model. And yeah, we just like kind of sat down together, 3 of us in the room, me, Liam, and Andre. And it was in the start only 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just like kind of came up with the chord progression that was like mysterious. It's like reflecting the mysterious like atmosphere vibes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and then I came up with the lyrics based on the actual book.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Great.
I translated them basically, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say I don't speak Ukrainian, so I'd have been pretty lost in that song.
Yeah.
But it was absolutely fantastic. And why don't you introduce your fantastic band for us?
I mean, guys, I just very thankful for you that you today was me, and I'm really grateful. This is amazing guitarist Camilo.
Yeah.
This is Sebastian on the bass.
Fantastic.
This is Andre on the keys.
Co-writer and keys extraordinaire.
And this is Mark on drums.
Woo! Nice. So what's the plan? Obviously, you've got another year or so at ACM. What's the plan when you leave? What's the goal? What's the vision?
I want to record my own album, and also with the same group of guys, we're planning to do function gigs.
Great.
So we're now learning repertoire that will be relevant for weddings, parties, corporative parties.
So you heard it here first, everybody. If you need a function band,
yeah,
this is the lot. Okay, absolutely fantastic. And lastly, any advice to anybody that's looking to come to ACM? What are some top tips from you?
I mean, university is always like the hard work from your own like approach. So you have to put your like vision and your own like, I don't know how to even say that, but just like you have to work so hard on yourself.
Yeah.
Because like university is not a school. It's not like no one makes you do something. So you have to be passionate about what you're doing, and you have to love music. And obviously you have to be very like professional and be able to communicate with people, because I think that's very important.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much to Guildford and Birmingham for tuning into this as well. I hope you enjoyed it. And let's hear it again for Darina and the wonderful band.
Thank you.
Woo. Boom, boom. Nice one. Lovely. And cut.
Okay, welcome back here to Guildford, part of our ACM ACMies 2025, and we're moving into a new category here. This is Composition of the Year. Now, the important part here is that we're looking for applicants that are creating music slightly outside of popular music, because we're going to eventually get into something called Song of the Year, and that's going to be your straight down the line pop music of whatever genre that comes from. But we have an excellent composition program here across all of our campuses, and we're growing. And the best thing there is we're starting to get composers that are writing in all different styles, whether it's for concert music, whether it's for media, whether it's, well, you can name all kinds of applications for their compositions. But what I would like to do is work with our first applicant here today. We have Bo. I'm going to play his track. It's an excellent composition for media. And so, as a minimum, can we give Bo a round of applause?
Dad, remember what Mom said? What?
Hey, stop talking. Hold it, freeze!
Dash, run! What? Run!
Wait, what the? They're super! Get the boy! Show yourself!
Well done, Bo. Give him keep those applause going. Keep them going. Keep them going. Keep them going. So he will escape that. Take that down. So let's bring Bo up to our stage. Come on up, Bo. Give him a round of applause. Make him feel welcome. Have a seat. Great stuff. Well, there's a lot to be said there, Bowen. I'm going to call you Bo, but it's Bowen. Essentially, Bowen's one of our first year composition students, and he's written some original composition for media. So you're sat there watching that going, yeah, that looks like something I saw in the theaters, but the music there was all original composition, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Take me through a bit of the way that you got to where you got to.
As in the actual project itself, or my entire life story?
No, not your life story. We don't have time for that. Tell me about your compositional approach to what we saw.
Okay, so my initial instinct was to look at what Michael Giacchino had done before me, and then I thought, hang on, no, I want this to be as original as possible, not take very much inspiration. So all I did was look at some of the instrumentation used, and my process of going about it was to look at each individual scene and think to myself, is there a certain motif or melodic technique I can use to kind of amplify what's going on screen and kind of improve my skills in storytelling through melodic ideas and motifs. So yeah, that was the main approach to it. And then also I just researched certain techniques that composers use to add really, complicated violin runs or anything like that really. And at the time I made that, I had no clue how to read music, and I am starting to learn now. I'm not great at it, but that was all done on my Roland piano at home. I didn't use any scoring software. I only used, Cubase 13 Pro, which I had to purchase, and a really cool new VST called Tutti. It's by Spitfire Audio, and that's how this piece came to be, essentially.
Excellent. Okay, so that's a good background to what we saw and heard. Do you feel that composition for media is your sort of the way that you want to go, your trajectory?
Absolutely, that's my dream. Well, funnily enough, my ultimate, all-time dream, whether it's achievable, I'm not sure, but it's my ultimate dream, is actually to compose for someone like Disney or Pixar. And having that as my first kind of assignment at ACM has been, really, really cool.
Good stuff. So I'll ask a funny question here. What's your favorite section? Is it the strings, the brass, the woodwinds, percussion? Which one is your go-to?
I love the brass. I love the brass and like the xylophone as well. I thought that added a little bit more, not necessarily John Williams-esque thing to it, but it was. I like the fact that was included in the VST, and I enjoyed making that bit the most.
Good stuff. So one last question then. What is your next step? Where you're going to go into your second year, what do you think will be your next creative project? Or hope to?
At the moment, I haven't really given it much thought. I've been trying to focus on my level 5 composition, the first one I've been given. Any opportunity I can get, I will compose for media. But yeah, hopefully next year I'll be on to bigger projects. I'll be in with more experience, just constantly building up my portfolio. And yeah, that's my aim, get on some bigger projects and have some more effective outcomes.
Wow, that sounds really promising. So let's give Bowen a giant round of applause for what he's achieved here today. And go on. Thank you, Bo.
Thank you, Mike.
Well done. Have a seat. And we'll be back with a little bit more of awards as part of our ACMEs 2025. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Back to here in Guildford. It is part of ACMEs 2025. We are moving into a very cool category. So this is called the MVP, also known as Most Valuable Pitch. Now, as part of this category, what we're looking at is students that can pitch music business ideas Dragon Den style is a good way to think of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a little bit of playback from our applicant Tilley, and then once that playback is finished, then we're going to have some Q&A, and that's going to be hosted by one of our great tutors, Matt Russell. So no further ado, give Tilley a round of applause. Let's get into the video.
There's a growing need for authentic music events that offer audiences purpose, give artists exposure, and generate real community impact, outside of the traditional corporate-dominated events landscape. New independent companies can fill this gap by building intimate music events that resonate with local audiences and emerging cultural movements. The UK's live music and events market is strong, with significant growth in demand for event companies. The market value of concerts and music festivals in the UK grew by 17% in 2023, and there were 35% more consumers than pre-pandemic levels, according to Arts Professional. In 2023, almost 20 million people attended gigs and concerts, with 7 million visiting London for music tourism alone. This indicates a robust and growing market for event companies specialising in music. The music events industry is rapidly evolving through constant innovation driven by shifting cultural trends and emerging technologies. My inspiration came from starting an event company in the Electric Theatre in Guildford, where I brought together a bunch of students on campus and we created a brand called Electrical Nights. And this was a great space to include experiential marketing, brand interaction, and strategic partnerships with local vinyl shops, record shops. And as you can see from some of the photos above, we recently had a winter live event, which was a great opening to me now wanting to bring to life Events by Tinks, which is my own kind of brand away from that. So yeah, who are we? Events by Tinks is an event company offering event planning and support for music gigs, festivals, dance events, fundraising initiatives, and much more. Alongside this, we also offer services in live reviews, photography, project management, social media marketing, and much more. We specialise in creating memorable experiences for both artists and audiences, ensuring that all of our events fit our clients' needs. What sets Events by Tinks apart is a commitment to authenticity, creativity, and community impact. As well, we like to work in non-traditional spaces such as churches to bring to life your event for your brand, company, or individual need. So we're very open to that as well. At its core, Events by Tinks is about more than planning events. It's about creating a space where people connect, celebrate, and make that lasting memories. Alongside supporting on creating your event for your venue, we will help with booking talent, marketing, ticketing, and day of operations so you can focus on the bigger picture. Our project plan. So with fundraising events that combine music, community, and meaning are in high demand, especially now post-COVID, we decided to put on a launch event that will support the overall startup of Events by Tinks, specifically creating an event in a church that offers a chance to blend that traditional with that modern energy currently. This creates a unique positioning for Events by Tinks that seeks to modernise community engagement without losing our cultural roots. So, our target audience is, as an event company, can range from a mixture of the following depending on the event. But for this specific project, we aim our target audience at local communities, young professionals and creators between the ages of 21 to 40, and community and cultural enthusiasts. Those that may be interested in local history, architecture, or spirituality are also drawn to events in meaningful venues like churches. So this meaning overall, our target audience for the project ranges and is widely open to anyone. We had 3 main project goals when creating Events by Tinks for this, and goal 1, we created a branded website for the company. Goal 2, we also showcased past company work, external events, partnerships with other brands we've worked with, and goal 3, company ready for public domain, where we hope to build the business continuously through my Masters in International Events Management this September. But I hope to work further with promoters and event companies, widening my contacts and skill set for industry work. What the event will offer the business. So the event itself offers our audience a sneak peek at what our events deliver, a moment to gather feedback and build community before fully launching, and a way to prove demand for the event's vision through turnout and engagement. To find out more about Events by Tinks, you can connect with us on social media via email or via our website. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Can we have a round of applause for Tilley? And what an amazing presentation that was. And welcome onto the stage, Tilley.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Tilley. Long time no see. Or do I see you every week? That's all right.
You see me every week?
Yes,
yeah,
every
I'm always
week.
here.
So tell us a little bit about Tilley first, so that people can understand like your background and why you would want to get into events in the first place.
Yeah, so it actually started all from college 3 years ago. Crazy, that's very long ago. But I was studying music, performance and production. I was very much into making electronic dance music. And then something sparked to me that this isn't kind of the industry I want to go into. So I put on a fundraising event for Refuge Domestic Violence charity. We ended up raising just over $1,000 for that charity, which really sparked that interest in me. I then found ACM, and from there I've started Electrical Nights here, which was an intimate music venue space for ACM performers to perform. And yeah, then now I'm hoping to kind of go into industry under my own branch company name.
Yeah, so event management is a very, very broad sort of spectrum. Is it you're going to be concentrating on music? And if so, is there a particular genre or a particular style of event that you like doing?
So this is what I hope to kind of explore in my master's at Surrey in September, where I'm going to be studying events. I hope to kind of, explore corporate events, weddings. I'm a dance teacher as well, so dance events as well. But I do have a pure love for music events, and I do think that will probably be kind of the core for that, alongside like fundraising events as well.
Yeah, because it's a strange sort of landscape, the event things, particularly when it with music has a sort of really certain
it's
type
massive
of, thing where normally you become a promoter rather than an event manager or et cetera. So but do you see yourself as being one of these people that does very specific one-off events, or would you be sort of more open to being, say, a promoter and working with venues and working sort of on a string of events that repeat all the time? Where's your passion for that?
I'd like to start working for companies within the industry, see kind of the roles maybe that I might find more interesting. Say it might be promotion, it might be artist liaison, stage management, could be anything. I'm very much open to that. But my main kind of goal at the end of it is in 10 years' time, I'd like to have like my own music venue or a venue that I can run the events in. So
that's really interesting. So yeah, you've got this dream job. I'd cut it down to 5 years. No, never ever have a 10-year goal. Who knows what's going to happen in 10 years?
Yeah, exactly.
5-year goals are great, and so yeah, you've got this idea that you're going to. So let me get this right. Over the next 5 years, you're going to be getting into companies and learning all the different skills that you need to be an event manager, but with the goal of setting out on your own and having this really unique events company. And if so, what is the sort of uniqueness about your events company?
So this is kind of the thing I've been branching on towards the end of my degree, working on obviously the church event that I put on. We raised just over $2,000 for the church, which was amazing. I think things like that, like doing events in unique spaces like churches, I think that's very much something I'm drawn to. So kind of exploring a bit like Sofa Sounds, how they have, their unique events in those spaces. I kind of really into doing events like that. So that would kind of be my unique selling point as a company, I think. So.
Well, all I can say is I hope you've got nerves of steel, because I know a lot of event managers, and it's always in the top 10 most stressful jobs that you can possibly have. So over the course, and I know that you've put on some really great ACM events, like Electrical Nights was a real touch moment, as was the Studio Lounge. This term's been really successful. Have you learnt really how to cope with the stress of it? Have you been able to sort of come up with ways of coping?
I mean, if you meet me as a person, I'm very chill. Like, I'm a very chill person. Inside I'm probably breaking, but like I'm very chill and I can handle situations quite well. So managing that hasn't really been an issue yet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I really look forward to seeing your journey. Like I said, that you've had some really, really great events at ACM, and it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Watching them happen and marking them as well at the end.
They've been great to put on. It's just I do it all because I want the artists to have that space to perform, and it's great at the end to see they can take our photos and videos from that and use that for themselves as well. So.
Well, yeah. Good. I mean, obviously, there's always a place for alumni to come back and help out with things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for Tilley, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to be back for the live production of the year after the break. Au revoir.
Hello from the ACMies in Guildford. We're moving on to some more great categories. What we're going to get for you today is some live playback. And essentially, this is the category Song of the Year. Probably our most applied for category, because if you can imagine you're a production, you're a songwriter, you're a guitarist, vocalist, all these students had the opportunity to submit for Song of the Year. And what we're looking for here is a really good tune, something that's catchy, and yeah, that sounds nice on the ear as well as far as production values are concerned. So no further ado, we've got, I think, about 5 tracks to get through, and we're going to start with a submission from Bowen Kent, and it's called Roses.
I can take you round the world, I'll kiss you with every twirl, together we'll rule the world, just take my heart and pearl.
I've seen your type before.
What you mean?
You take and you take some more.
Yeah, now that's cat.
You act like the world is yours. Well? The bad guy don't get the girl.
Babe, I promise, like, if you just have me, everything you want is yours. Like, you want a yacht, you have it. Just please take me back.
Yeah, blue-faced villainous, two-faced killing this, chrome heart stepping with a jewel, I'm limitless, trips to Venice or Capri, I'm billing it, Steinway, how I got the keys, you feeling this?
You're popping up every feed, mine hard to read, you don't know me.
Go take a look, with the wraith and a roof for stars like your eyes, go, what you mean you don't want my heart?
You're switching up cars for character.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing, I just don't wanna be with you. Treat a lady like a prisoner. Still you wonder why you're blue.
It's the sapphires, and mastermind the art of lover's war. I'm breaking the door, we'll take the world by storm. What you playing for? And for my queen, I'll turn the night to day. I promise you, babe.
I'm black and white, girl, I'm bleeding blue. Weak in the knees, how I fell for you. The key to my heart, girl, you're my muse. Can you feel the spark as we light the fuse?
Black and white, I'ma keep it true. Ain't no way I'ma fall for you.
Okay, baby, here's a rose and a Rari too.
From a heart like the Arctic, damn, that's cruel.
And I can take you round the world, I'll kiss you with every twirl, together we'll rule the world, just take my heart and pearl.
I've seen your type before. You take and you take some more. You act like the world is yours. The bad guy don't get the girl. Tell the truth, I really, really want to believe in you.
I'm black and white, girl, I'm changing too. It's taking a while, but I'll get there soon. You can't reach perfection, I know that's true, but as I did for the matter, girl, I do.
Give a round of applause for Bo's submission. Well done. What we want to do now is move on to our second applicant, and it's somebody that you've heard from today already. His name is Huw Lloyd, and this is a track entitled "Is Rock and Roll Really Dead?"
I was wishful thinking, now I'm drinking alone. So tired of living in a house that isn't my home. Try to run my own race, but I feel so alone. So tired of waiting, try to seize my own days. I have so many questions, I don't know which to say. Try keeping my patience, but feel it slipping away. Oh, I'll wait, reaching for the hand of fate. The world keeps spinning the same. Every day I'm drifting my way. Oh, I'll wait, reaching for the hand of fate. So I fill up my mind with too many dreams and too little time. Well, someday I'll find, someday I'll find, oh, I'll find that I'm walking the line. Till then I'll wait, reaching for the hand of fate. The world keeps spinning the same. Oh, every day I'm drifting my way. Oh, I'll wait, reaching for the hand of fate.
Round of applause for Huw Lloyd with that excellent little submission. So, we're going to move on now, and we are going to hear something from Darina, who is part of our London campus. This should be a really nice piece of music. Hopefully you will enjoy it as part of Song of the Year. Give her a round of applause. Here it comes.
I've tried so hard to impress you with my dream, but time, it is time that makes us try. You and your dream are always supposed to be inside. You and and you fly so high to your goals that you spy, and you try to define my own dreams to survive. I don't want it, I didn't need it, but they made me to choose this game. All these creatures that are crawling in my head. If it's sooner or later, I just wanted to make it up. Only feeling this hard feeling that makes me try. And you fly so high to your goals that you spy, and I try to define my own dreams to survive, and I try to survive, and you fly too high to your dreams to
Give that song a round of applause. Very nice stuff. We now are moving on to Samira and Molly. And again, this is coming from our London campus. And this is called Daylight Thievery. Here we go.
You and me, like Thelma and Louise, like Bonnie and Clyde, partners in crime, thick as thieves. I now grieve. You're alive, but dead to me. Isn't it strange? You still remain. Everything just leads back to you. Rob me of chances and half new romances. Oh, isn't it classic? Your ruins, it ruins me too. She's the new currency that you exchange for me. Daylight thievery ruins, it ruins me too. It ruins me too. heart of gold you unlawfully stole. What a shame, it should be our names on the front page in our getaway. Isn't it strange you still remain? Everything just leads back to you. Rob me of chances and of new romances. Oh, isn't it classic? Your ruins, it ruins me too. She's the new currency that you've exchanged for me. Daylight thievery ruins, it ruins me too. Ruins, it ruins, it ruins, it ruins me too. Ruins me too. It ruins, it ruins, it ruins, it ruins me too. Ruins me too. Rob me of chances and of new romances. Oh, isn't it classic? Your ruins, it ruins me too. She's the new currency that you've exchanged for me. Daylight thievery ruins, it ruins me too.
How about a round of applause for that lovely duet? And that's coming from our London campus. Congratulations on that composition, that song, as you've submitted. So we've got one more composition, song to come in, and let's pick that up right now. It's from Emmanuel, and here it comes.
Jet to holidays. We're doomed divided, when together united. Hope can fight it. Provide the light, coincided, love for a line. Together on frightened, alliance is bright and open-minded. Not taking sides, together reminded, it's never misguided. Melodies, magics, touching stars, set play guitars like we're chasing cars and all my friends to shine like blazing stars. It's big pictures like scriptures laid out for us. Might be out the house but not out of touch. I hope these words got them filled with love. Never break them down, just build them up.
1. Take up the air in your lungs. 2. Never drop the light in you. 3. Taste and see. Living by the grace of his light, I have been redeemed. Hun, soak up the sun. Hand up in hand, how we stand till the day is done. Never giving up on you, cause we are a family. And I won't fear, come rain or the sun. All my life, God, you are near. The promise of your presence, sing it loud for all to hear. 365, and not a day goes by that you were here. I'm grateful for you in every year. If you set the road, take a quick stroll round the globe to the north, south, and east coast. What about the west? Relax, follow me, bro, easy now. Take a step down and we go. London, Lagos, China, Greece, Abuja, Kampala, the Middle East. Feel the heat, Tel B, and the skies a breeze. Multicultural, yeah, see, cause I am making music crossing, but they're standing with the sons and daughters. Bro, did you really have to make that reference? What? It's for context.
Tomorrow's gonna come to be a better day. Just look up to the sky and feel the sun's rays. Together we're a fire, a family, yes, we are a bliss. United civilians, stand for what is true. We wear it like a person, golden parachute. Together we're a fire, a family ablaze. Tomorrow's gonna come to be a better day. Just look up to the sky and feel the sun's rays. Together we're a fire, a family ablaze.
Okay, now clap your hands.
Where my horns in the back, y'all? And I'm making it louder. Give it up for Bowen Luca. Translate to fire. Let's go. Say it like you mean it.
Fantastic work, Emmanuel. Give him a round of applause. So those are our submissions for Song of the Year. I think they're all very, very well composed, written, produced. It's going to be a very tough decision. We're going to find out at the end of the day as to who's going to come out on tops there. But at this point, I'd like to invite up a very special guest. We have a gentleman, Javis, from the Ivors, and he's going to tell you a lot about writing music, being a composer, being a songwriter, working with the Ivors, and working with ACM. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Mike. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so where do I start? I'm Javis. I'll start by telling you a little bit about myself before telling you about the organization I work for, just as sort of pre-context, because I work for a very British institution. It's probably one of the most British music institutions, or one of the longest-standing British institutions. It's been around for 80 years. But I'm not British myself, so I'm American. I've been living in the UK for about 8 years now. And I didn't grow up in sort of like a musical household. I was like the only one in my family that was really into music. I played trumpet for 7 years, and I rapped for a long time as a hobby. Still do some writing and poetry to this day, but it was always something that I never really saw myself pursuing as a career for a number of reasons. I went as a young man and joined the U.S. military, and then I was stationed in the UK. That was my sort of entry to this country. I stayed here for about 10 months, went back home, and then realized that I was in love with a woman in the UK, so I came back for her. And studying in London was, I think, a pivotal moment for me. I was in my mid-20s, and I wasn't really sure what I was going to do in terms of career. And some of my friends who had commercial aspirations as musicians looked at me as a person that was like, hey, man, you should look at getting into some sort of management or like music business role because you have the skills, you're charismatic, you're in London, you study business, and you love music. Because they know I love music. I've rapped with them. I was one of the people that sort of told them when I first met them, like, you can get a little interface and a DAW and record your music. You don't have to just sit here and rap it to me. And that was sort of like the start of me and the friend who I'm now managing's relationship. And I do that on the side of working for the Ivors Academy. So that's sort of like my journey from a young man to where I am now. And I've been working for the Ivors Academy for 3 years now, and sort of started off in a very admin-based role. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I do now for the Ivors Academy, which is managing our partnerships, our relations, our outreach initiatives. So basically, events like this, talking about the organization and what we do, is a main core part of my role. And I started off servicing our members. A lot of people know of the Ivors Academy for being a sort of award ceremony, but we are a membership organization first. And our mission is to protect, to empower, and to celebrate songwriters. And those first 2 points are the, I think, more important parts of the mission that the Ivors Academy has, while the celebration side, it's been going for such a long time, has such a big profile. And don't get me wrong, it is a really big event, and it is a really big night in the music calendar. But the work that we do around the rest of the year is equally, if not more important. My role within the organization also involves servicing our members. So we're a membership organization. We provide events. We do sort of mixers and networking events, panels, online and in person, to arm our members with the information that they need to understand topics better, to get in contact with organizations. I think someone just said you said you use Cubase for something that you were saying. So we work with Steinberg, Dorico, and Cubase to give a discount to our members for those sort of licenses. So things like that to sort of make the career more sustainable for them, like tangibly, that comes through membership, and that comes through our empowerment work. But our protection work is something that we do for the benefit of all writers in the UK, whether you're a member of ours or not. And I would even say it kind of affects the global landscape, when the things that the UK music industry does, because it's such a respected part of the music industry. America might have a really big market, but the quality and the care that is taken in UK specifically, but also in some European countries like France and Germany, how much they care for their creators is looked to around the world. So the protection work that we do for the benefit of all songwriters, all composers globally. And yeah, I think what is key to, I think, that work being possible is the membership. So one of the things our CEO came in to change, when he wanted to change when he came in, was to make the Academy accessible to anybody around the world who wanted to join. You shouldn't have to come out of your pocket if you don't want to. So that's one of the big things that we launched in May, was our Discovery membership. So anyone out there who isn't a member, I know that through the partnership that we have with ACM, and I'll speak about that a little bit more, but through the partnership, there were memberships that were available to students. But if you didn't get a chance to take that offer up, we're still going to be figuring out how we continue working. But in the meantime, I would say sign up as a Discovery member just to see what's available. We have a knowledge toolkit. I know that everybody's in school learning how to make music right now, so nobody's really thinking about the business side of things. But you really have to understand, you know, how the money flows into and out of the music industry to understand how to make sure that you're capitalizing on your craft. If you're doing performances, if you have a residency at a bar, you need to report that to the royalty collection agency so that you get your income for that. And these are the type of things we make sure that our members know, or they have the access to those type of resources. We've worked with ACM actually in the past, before my time at the Academy. I think it was in the mid-10s, 2010s, 2015, 2016. So we've had a long-standing relationship with this organization. One of your senior songwriting lecturers, Tim, is an Ivor Novello recipient. And that's one thing about our award ceremony. We don't call them winners. We call them recipients, because we don't necessarily think that it's a win or lose situation. If you didn't get picked today for the Songwriting Song of the Year award, you didn't lose. You just didn't sort of receive the award this year. That's how we sort of frame our awards, because our awards are not based on commercial numbers. They're not based on, who can pay us the most money to get the best tables and put their logos on the board, which is how some award ceremonies work. Ours is completely different, bespoke in the way that songwriters and composers come together to decide who receives the award each year, whether that's the submitted category, so you have to pay to submit into a song or to our awards. Members receive discounts, of course, but if a publisher wants to submit their songs, they have to pay us, so that sort of makes sure that we don't receive 1 million submissions a year. It's sort of like making sure that there's a cap to how many, and there's also a cap to how many songs you can submit. So you have to be very thoughtful about the songs that you're submitting. And sometimes you don't get it right, but that doesn't mean your song wasn't the best song that ever came out that year. Each year our judges are different, so there's not the same people making decisions. So you can't really say that that person's song was better than mine, that's why it won. It's just what is the craft, what the songwriters that are in that room speaking about, that sort of that part of the song, like the craft and the structure of it. That's what makes the decision, and that's sort of what me and Tim based our decision on today. I think that's a good point. I don't know how long I've been speaking, but it feels like a very long time.
No, stay where you are, stay where you are. First of all, it's important that for all songwriters, all composers, anybody that's making creative music, to orientate themselves towards the Ivors. It's probably the most prestigious, most recognized, most respected institution in that creative music area, and it's got a real history to it that we have to acknowledge. So speaking on behalf of ACM, look at the Ivors, students. Go check it out. Get involved, because there's stuff that you can do with that institution, and it's really top of the top, that will help you get some guidance and all kinds of really good stewardship. So what I would say, Javis, thank you for coming down. It's been such a pleasure to have a member of your team here today. We're all biting our nails finding out who's going to get the Song of the Year, and we're going to find out very soon. But we've had the Ivors, Javis, and we've had other team members help determine that winner. I don't even know yet, so I'm going to find out in a few minutes, I reckon. So I'm a little bit nervous about the whole
You know
thing.
what's crazy? I never know who's going to win an award at the awards, and I work for the company. That's how tight the awards team keeps it. I don't even know. We're like our team members. We're kind of guessing. I think the marketing team know, but they don't tell the whole team. You would think that I know, and nominees would come up to me. It's like, hey, am I going to risk? I'm like, they're smart. They don't tell me, because I'll probably give it away.
Yeah, it'll be like a golden envelope on the day.
I think even the people who win, they don't, unless they're like U2 this year and they're the fellow and they've, there's a big campaign around it. even the people who win the award, they don't know until they win it. Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, we're in the same situation here. I'm starting to feel it. We're getting close. At the end of the day, we are going to know the winners of all 7 categories. So let's not waste any more time. We got one more category to go through, but give Javis and our Ivers reps a big round of applause because it's been so special to have them here.
Thank you. Thank you, ACM, for inviting me down.
And we'll be back. Off you go, Javis. We'll be back in a few minutes with some more great music. Stay tuned.
Let's go over to London.
Hi everyone, my name's Jodie and this is Dr. Feelgood by Aretha Franklin. I don't want nobody always sitting around me and my man. I don't want nobody always sitting right there looking at me and my man. Be it my mother, my brother, or my sister. Would you believe I get up, put on some clothes, I go out and help them find somebody for themselves if I can. Yes, I will. Now I don't mind company, because company's alright with me every once in a while. Yes, it is. Now tell you I don't mind company, because company's alright with me every once in a while. Yeah. Oh, but oh, when me and that man get to loving, I tell you girls, I dig you, but I just don't have time to sit and chit and sit and chit chat and smile. Don't send me no doctor filling me up with all of those pills. Got me a man named Dr. Feelgood, and oh yeah, that man takes care of all my pains and my ills. Dr. Feelgood in the morning, and taking care of business is really this man's game. But oh, after one visit to Dr. Feelgood, you understand why Feelgood is his name. Good God Almighty, the man sure makes me feel real good.
That was great.
Thank you.
Well done, bro.
Thank you very
welcome.
much. My mic's not on.
It will be.
Will it?
Well, it should be.
Thank you very much.
Oh, who knows? Maybe.
I'll use this one.
Yeah, jump into that one.
Thank you.
Oh, now we've got 2. I think the other one might be on, you know. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Well, you know, we love the technical difficulty, don't we? That was great. Fantastic. I'm just going to move this out of your field of vision. There we go. Look at that. How should be a stagehand as well. I'll try my best. So you've done 3-year degree.
Yes.
Vocal pathway.
Yes.
What's your highlight been?
I think we were saying earlier, probably just like the people that we've met. I've met like some of my best friends in the 3-year course, and I wouldn't have had that without ACM. So I also think
highlight performance-wise was the Natalie Weiss gig that we did at Guildford.
Oh, the masterclass.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Because we got to perform as well, and she did like her vocal run through, and it was really cool because she does like a riff thing, which was sick.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So yeah, what were the what advice would you give to anybody coming into ACM on the vocal pathway?
I would probably say, I mean, I don't think I'm the best person to give advice, but I would say...
Well, we're asking anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to ask anyway. We're going to roll with it.
Yeah, probably just take every opportunity that you can get, but try not to burn yourself out because it's so easy to do. I did it in my second year, like so easy to burn yourself out and just like forget why you're actually doing it.
Yeah.
But just like try and take everything you can do, but do it like knowing your own limits.
Yeah, great. Yeah. It's warm up here, isn't it?
Very warm.
It is very, very warm. So tell us a little bit about that song. Why did you pick that? What was the inspiration behind it? What's your thoughts?
Oh, Aretha Franklin is my favourite singer of all time.
Yeah.
I feel like anyone that knows me knows that that's all that I just love her so much. And like every song that she's got is a banger. Not every song is one that I can sing, but
great, love it. I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, but I would love to be able to sing every song. But I chose this song because it's just the feel of it is so cool. It's like Etta James's "I Just Want to Make Love to You" song.
Yeah.
It gives a similar vibe, and I love singing that song. But I sing that all the time, so I was like, let me try this one.
Yeah.
And it sounds pretty good as well. So
yeah, it was great. Really nice arrangement as well.
Yeah. James did a really good job.
James is over there. He's hiding behind a hiding behind a post. Absolutely fantastic guitarist. And you guys, have been absolutely fantastic throughout the course. What's the plan? You're graduating. What's the goal now you're leaving the ACM?
So my goal, I'm planning on doing my masters next year.
Great.
Which is cool because I started off doing musical theatre in college. Then I stopped to just focus on my voice because I knew that was my strongest suit. So I was like, let me just make that the best that it can be. And then I'm going to go back and do my masters in performing arts.
Oh, amazing.
So that I've got a degree in music and then I've got a master's degree almost in musical theatre. So I've got really everything.
Yeah, you got everything you need.
Yeah. And I really want to work on cruises, like really bad.
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals.
So, agencies, get in touch.
Please.
Please. Ping an email.
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely fantastic performance.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's been a great 3 years, and I hope, I wish you all the best.
Oh,
both of you.
Make me cry.
Yeah, please don't do that on camera. No, exactly. Really, really great. And over and out from London.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Birmingham. Cheers, Guildford. Bye.
Bye. Sorry. Oh.
Welcome to the final category of the night. That is live music performance of the year 2025. Now, it shouldn't be the last. There should be one other category, which is live production of the year. I want to give that a special shout out to the Studio Lounge team that is Tilley, Stanley, Noah, Morgan, Ash, Taylor, Archie, and Jake. What a bunch of legends they've been this term. They've done 10 or 11, something like that, studio lounges, which is a record, and they've been amazing. But let's get on to the live music performance of the year 2025. Here are the nominations.
Tell me, do you see that I'm on my way? I'm grown now, I'm a man now, cause I own my days. Can't tell me that I'm nothing, cause I paid my way. Maybe someday, maybe one day, right now it's okay.
Every moment, every moment.
You understand.
There's a message all over the world, and I don't know if you've seen my darling. So take your hand and come with me. There's the island of your dreams, and it's all out at sea.
This could be something I told you. Dive in. You have a soul just like mine.
We're scaring round, we're in the whip. I think it's falling off a cliff. I think it's time for us to fall. I think it's time for us to soar. I think it's time for us to soar.
Why'd you have to go? Tell me that I meant something to you. I can't do this anymore.
You call me up and ask me if I like to go with you and see a movie. At first I say no, I've got some plans for tonight, and then I stop and say, alright, love.
Right now he's leather pants with a mustache. He's oh man, you can't help but love their brain. So hop on my crazy train. Whoa, do the in the left.
All my thoughts I hide inside, and this time I will make it all survive. Many things that only know you and I.
There you go. The live performances of 2025. Round of applause, please. Right, we shall know the winners very, very shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. Thank you very much. Well, it's been a fantastic day all across the UK, essentially. We've had Birmingham, we've had Guildford, we've had London all chirp in with talent, like endless talent. And I think the first thing I would like you to do is look to the person on your right, give them a high five. Go on, put your hands up, give them a high five. Look to the person on your left. No karate chops, please. Because back in the room. Essentially, everybody here is a winner, right? Everybody here is a winner because they've come this far. They've gone through stages of, considering if they want to apply. They've gone through stages of actually applying. Then there's been panels that have looked at the work and decided on finalists. Then we get the finalists in the room, and then they do their stuff, whatever that might mean, across 3 campuses. And so it's an accomplishment, right? And so, you should give yourself a pat on the back if you like right now. You can do that if you so choose. Okay, so there you go. Right, so we've got 7 awards that we have to make our way through as far as finally deciding on who is our overall winner in their category. Let's just list them out real quick. We've got academic excellence, and that's our level 6 academics. We've got our masters, which is our level 7s. We're going to move on to our composition of the year. Then we're going to move on to song of the year. Then we're going to go on to live production of the year. And then finally, we're going to wrap up with the company musicians. And this is, of course, for 2025. So let's start with our first category. I'm seeing some nervous faces here. Our first category is academic excellence for level 6. Don't forget that we have multiple campuses that are all applying for this award. And I would be very happy to announce that we have Jasmine Soobadoo from our London campus. Give her a round of applause. So Jasmine isn't here in Guildford today, so I'd like to accept that on her behalf. I'll give myself a handshake. There you go. And I can say a few words about Jasmine's work. We went through all of the submissions that were available to us, and she was really top of the top. I won't tell you what rate she got, and I won't tell you what the panelists said, but it was very clear that she was a very, very strong candidate for academic excellence. And so congratulations, Jasmine. So now what I'd like to do is introduce a colleague of mine, Stefan. And Stefan's going to come up and talk about our level 7s. Give him a round of applause because this is our master.
Great. Earlier today we had the very exciting postgraduate showcase. And hopefully those of you who were here and those of you who were watching online, who will be watching later, had a chance to see basically the amazing output of our students' research projects. And I want to really say thank you to all of our students who presented today. It's been a real joy to see all of your research come to life, and we are all inspired by your work and individual learning journeys, and we are all really excited to see where your innovation and your ideas will be taking you in the years to come. Now, I have the joy of presenting the Postgraduate Award. This is an award that is presented to the student who has consistently demonstrated exceptional qualities throughout their studies. This is an individual who will have maintained excellent attendance, first of all, actively engaged across all modules and achieved a strong academic record. Beyond their academic performance, they will have exemplified the values and standards of a postgraduate student, serving as a role model to their peers. They will also have fully embraced the ACM community, contributing original ideas and producing high-level research that reflects both creativity and academic rigor. As always, we are delighted to have had some fantastic applications and nominations, and some of the projects you already saw earlier today. This year, the award is presented to a student who has consistently gone above and beyond. Not only is their work and research innovative and dynamic, but they have consistently been a voice for the program and an excellent example to their fellow students. They have taken an active role in representing the program and the broader ACM community, and we are so proud of what they have achieved throughout their time with us. So it is my distinct pleasure to say that this year the Postgraduate Award is presented to Maxi Webster-Coles.
I guess I'll say a couple words. No, just a big thank you to all my peers and all the tutors who have put in ridiculous amount of hard work for the entire master's program. I really feel fortunate to have been this year. I've made some really great connections with Chris and Matt. And yeah, really you guys got me through it, and Katia and Stefan and Gary. It's been a great year. And yeah, just want to say a big thank you. Cheers.
And thank you to Stefan for presenting that. It really summarized our values that we have here at ACM, including studentship. So studentship is essentially everything that Stefan outlined, and that applies across all our levels, in that get engaged, learn some stuff, attend, be a nice person, network, and get good at what you do. And maybe you'll discover something new that you didn't already know as far as maybe skills or knowledge. So we're going to move on now to Composition of the Year. And this is really exciting in that this is our only second ACMies, and the Composition of the Year sprung up last year out of nowhere and has grown as far as applicants are concerned. So the running for this award was much more difficult this year, very difficult. But we do have a winner, and I'd like to announce that we have Bowen Kent. Come up and say hello.
Well, I have to apologise because I haven't really done an improvised speech since 2013. I know, I'm sorry, but...
When you were 7?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
believe it or not. I would love to say a massive thank you to the panel and for everyone who nominated me. It means an awful lot to me to receive an award like this. I put a lot of work into this composition and it means the world. Thank you all so much. Don't know what else to say.
Thank you, Bowen. Excellent work. I think we all really enjoyed what you presented, and congratulations to everybody that submitted in that category. Very difficult to make choices there, but yeah, congratulations, Bowen. Okay, so now we are going to move on to Song of the Year. And so what I would like to do is invite Javis to come on up, and he's going to say a few things and indicate who's our winner.
Hello again, everyone. I have the distinct pleasure to announce the winner of this Song of the Year for the ACMAs 2025. I think that I can speak for the people who have listened to the music to say that it was quite a difficult decision to make. There was a good range of music that was submitted, and I think it was mentioned that this is one of the most highly submitted awards. So I'm really pleased to be able to listen to the music today and to hear everyone's sort of hard work over the course of the year. And like I said before, please keep in mind that if you didn't receive the award today, that is not a slight against your music or your craft. It's just to say that you didn't get picked this time, but you should keep going, and music is, the reason we do it, not for the recognition. So with that, I will announce that the winner for the Song of the Year is Darina for Fly Away. And that's... I think just to say a few things about that track from my standpoint is that I really like the choice of instruments, the sort of build-up that the song had, and how it all sort of culminated into this explosion at the end. For me, that was really, really powerful. And of course, Darina's at the London campus, so she cannot be here to accept it today, so I'll accept it on her behalf. But congratulations to everyone who was nominated. You all did some really great work, and yeah, keep it up.
Thank you, Javis. And yeah, seconding all the same messages that you just mentioned, in that everybody here is a real winner. So let's just recognize that. So now we're going to move on to our MVP, and our MVP is our most valuable pitch. And so this came down to a tough decision, because although our business department at ACM is not hundreds and hundreds, but we do have stiff competition in that there's a lot of good acumen, there's a lot of good ideas, there's a lot of good go-getters. But this particular winner is what I would call a proper go-getter. And so I'd like to announce that in 2025, our most valuable pitch, or MVP, goes to Tilley, Welford. Come on,
I'd just like to say thank you to ACM, and just studying here the past 2 years has been a great experience, and I hope to keep in contact with everyone here. And yeah, thank you.
So what I'll do is, first of all, say a massive thank you to the tech team, headed up by the supreme Mr. Russell, Matt Russell. And so thank you very much, because none of this would be anywhere near as good if it wasn't for his know-how, his stuff, his team. So give Matt a round of applause. And Mr. Russell is going to take over. So come on up, Matt, and you can take us through the next stage.
Yeah, so live performance of the year. Before I do that, I will massive shout out to the live production team. Live production team that have done the studio lounge here in Guildford all term and have been absolutely amazing. But here today is Stanley and Morgan who have came here yesterday setting this all up. Morgan set up all the lights. Stanley set up all the cameras, so thanks very much. In London, got to thank Ed and Andy, and oh my God, that would have been terrible. And then in Birmingham, got to thank Stas, Adam, and Steve as well. Thanks so much for getting that done. So live performance of the year was a super hard choice as well. Loads of applicants this year. And I put it out to lots and lots of different tutors across all the different pathways, across all the different campuses. And the winner with 100% vote, as in didn't drop a single vote, was the performance at the vocal showcase by Jodie Woods, which makes her the London campus winner. But there are 2 more winners because we can have winners from each campus, because the winner from this gets to perform at graduation. So London campus is Jodie Woods, and literally an amazing performance. And yeah, a round of applause for her. In Birmingham campus, we have Smiles' band, which I enjoyed that performance so much. I think I sent it round to virtually every member of staff, and I've got it on my phone, and I listened to it on my way to work, that first track off that. It's an absolute banger. So Smiles' band win the Birmingham campus. And then Guildford campus, we actually have them here. It is the Titans.
Oh my God! Yeah.
You win the popular vote. So you may as well come up.
Oh yeah.
And at least. Well done. And he's my farm.
Titans, say a word.
Go on. Titans, go.
You go first.
Yeah, guys. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Honestly, like, it wouldn't have been possible with these guys, because making the whole project, even though it was, because for those of you who know, the Titans, the whole album was based off of the Megamind movie. And like, that was thanks to Michaela. She's never watched Megamind. And we were like, okay, guys, let's do it. Oh, she's watched it now.
We just forced it.
So we're like, okay, let's get the movie
she was
done.
the one that recommended it.
Yeah, she recommended it, and then we made it. And honestly, it was an honest adventure, kind of bringing the different genres together, like researching into Afrobeats, doing like the background, like Roses Can't Die was built off of Michael Jackson's Liberian Girl. Titan Shuffle was inspired by Bowen's love for like Stevie Wonder and like 90s funk Jamiroquai. You had like Villain Arc that was inspired by like rock, death metal, but hip hop as well. So we kind of pulled across, because it was a lot of like genres to build together. And honestly, it would have been possible with these guys, and I thank God for that, because they are an amazing set of artists and also friends, because a ton of Krispy Kremes was involved making the album. But honestly, thank you guys so much. It really means the world to us.
I'll second what Emmanuel said. It really wouldn't have been possible without all these guys here. I mean, Will's done incredible composition, as him and I are the primary composers for all of the songs on, or that were performed by the Titans at Spring Live. We really enjoyed doing that performance. Michaela's vocals, she's done an insane job. And then, of course, our producer, Emmanuel, he's just, as I like to say, he was conceived by Logic Pro. Honestly, it's in his genes, man. He's incredible. But yeah, I will speak on behalf of the band here and say thank you all so much for nominating us. We really appreciate it.
I don't really know what to say. They've said everything. So, thanks.
I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Sorry. I just remembered. Shout out to Dylan. He's not here.
Oh my God, yes.
But yeah, Dylan is not here. He's the amazing guitarist that did the 2 amazing guitar solos on like both the tracks. Honestly, it would have been possible to have him as well. So shout out to Dylan.
In Dylan's absence, we will share the credits.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Dylan.
The Titans. Before I go, I just want to a super thanks to Mike. This takes a lot of organising. It is like herding cats. It's an absolute nightmare. It happens in the busiest time of the year. Everyone's concentrating on Summer Live. This is kind of like one of those things where it's like, oh no, it's another thing to do. But Mike manages to get this over the line every single year. So a massive thanks to Mike Dunn.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so we're at the last stage of 2025 ACMies. There's one word left. We're all feeling the nerves in the room. So this comes to the Company of Musicians Award. And as I mentioned before we went live with the feed, it is the original award that we partnered with as part of ACM and the company. It's very prestigious. And so this ACMies is built so that we can award all areas, which we've done now. But this is the daddy of the whole thing. Yeah, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to give me a little drum roll on your lap. Come on. Yeah, a little louder. Come on. Don't hurt yourself. The winner of Company of Musicians Award 2025 is Huw Lloyd.
Yeah, well, like Bowen, I don't really have a speech prepared. I guess drinks are on me. No, I'm only joking. I'd like to say kind of thank you very much for all enjoying that song. I love it. It's a really special song to me, so thank you very much. Cheers.
Great stuff. Well, it's nice to see a full room. And don't forget, this is happening across London and Birmingham as well. And so one final congratulations to students from those campuses because the announcements come out from here. But I'm sure they'll all be high-fiving and celebrating. And maybe he will buy them a drink, who knows. But what a success. What a success. I can't, we finally got there. And but you, any of our winners and any of our participants will probably get a very good look in their graduation events with show reels and that sort of thing. And so the journey doesn't stop here. You're going to be recognized at your graduation events, which will be nice. Other than that, this is the end to our ACMies. Oh. One last final round of applause. That's for our winners. Thank you to Javis. Thank you to the team. Class is dismissed.